going live right now. Give me 1
George,
second.
I'll be back before the meeting starts.
Okay, you're leaving early. All right. I'd like to call the December 1st Planning Commission meeting to order. Wendy, will you take the roll call, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Commissioner McGrow,
Here.
Commissioner Kashkarian,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Mazzara,
Here.
Rishka.
Here.
I'm going to mess this up. Malone. No, Mallon. It's Mallon.
He may be muted.
Go.
Hit your
Sure.
space bar.
There, good job.
Space bar is quicker. Okay, thank you.
Alowski,
Hit the space bar, Jennifer.
I got it.
Shree,
I'm here.
and Eric Vizzini.
Here.
And I want to go back to Commissioner Lotka.
Here.
Perfect. And Commissioner DeVries
Here.
and Building Official Brandt is absent. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Can we get the Zoning Board of Appeals liaison report, please?
Easy report. The November 10th meeting was canceled due to lack of agenda.
Okay. Short and concise. Township Board report, Bill?
The report is that we adopted the ordinances that pertained to the automobile service definition and the associated ordinances that went with that, all through outdoor storage.
Okay.
There was an item on new business that was intended to amend the consent judgment for Milford Sand and Gravel. That was postponed until next meeting, I believe. So that's, that's good. And there's a memorandum understanding on the Milford Trail. So we're moving ahead with the trail. The memo of understanding with the trail is that the engineering would all be done by Wixom, even for our little 1.8 miles of it. And then paid for by a generous donation. So that's great. And then we appointed James tonight. He's here with us. And I think that's pretty much it. No, Wendy's going to join us full time now, so she can have fun every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Right now, I'd like to see if there's anyone in the public who has a comment on non-agenda item, something that's not currently on the agenda.
Yeah, we have a couple people in our waiting room. For any call-in users, if you'd like to talk about anything that's not on the agenda, it is *9 to raise your hand. And we'll give it a minute. I'm not seeing anything. Oh wait, actually, we do have one.
This is non-agenda item, right?
And caller 3493, I'm going to unmute you now. It is *6 to unmute. And you're on. Please
Great.
state your
Thanks. Yep. My name is Beth Markel. I live at 650 Olivia Drive here in Milford. I'm also a member of the Citizens for the Responsible Growth of Milford. And while I know this is a session for non-agenda items, I have a bigger issue that I'd like to bring up to the commissioners and as well as people that are listening tonight that I just think needs to be heard. I've got a few points I'd like to make, and since I only have 3 minutes, I'm asking that the commissioners kind of let me get to my remarks, and then if they have any response, can address it at that point.
I'd like to stop you just to make sure that you're not preempting what we're going to be talking about tonight, because
I promise I'm not.
Okay, it's currently on the agenda, and if it's a broad scope thing, we can, we can listen to it, and but it can't be specific to any of the agenda items tonight.
So I would not say it's specific. I would say it's an overarching concern I have about it, but it's not specific necessarily. So if you let me maybe get started, and then we can kind of see.
Okay. Well, I'll give you a couple minutes, and we'll make sure we're not getting off track.
Sounds good. Sounds good. That's fair. So I think what I want to bring up tonight, or what I'm planning on bringing up tonight, just has to do, I mean, it does go back to the September meeting where this rezoning was brought up to the Planning Commission. And I think what needs to be addressed, and never really has been discussed since then, was that somehow this all got through the pre-application process without anyone in the Planning Commission being involved. And I find that very concerning. And from the get-go for this project, and for, again, the Pulte one that comes alongside it, I feel like it sets a really bad precedence in terms of transparencies for how this process is supposed to work.
Yep.
So
I agree with you completely. And trust me, we've had numerous meetings since then, and that's not likely to reoccur. We got things a little sideways, but we've got it back under control now. We've had numerous meetings to get it fixed. So I think we're good on that.
So I just kind of want to input right here too. I'd like to address what the chair just remarked about, that the township did not do anything legally inappropriate.
Okay, the chair recognizes Jennifer Orlowski.
Yeah, so that all of the measures that were taken and all of the conversations and the pre-application discussions are within the standards set forth in the zoning enabling legislation and in the township code. So there wasn't anything untoward that happened. There wasn't any, anything that kind of like wasn't transparent. It wasn't at the stage.
There were no contracts signed?
No.
No, nothing.
Okay.
No.
I mean, it's a fair question. It's a fair question.
No,
it sure is.
It's really just teeing it up for the Planning Commission and narrowing down the issues. But to suggest that anything inappropriate, legally or otherwise, happened is inaccurate. So I just kind of, for the record, for the township's legal position, would like to make that statement.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Okay, and that's
for the clarification.
Okay, and that's reassuring to hear, because it, all the commissioners and you, Ms. Orlowski, seemed very surprised at that meeting. So I think it did raise a few eyebrows with those of us who are looking at this process and wondering what steps were skipped. And I know there was an explanation that was given that, it happened during COVID and things got missed and things. So, we're going to be facing the situation of things being done virtually for a while yet. So I think the public needs some reassurance that things are going to follow by protocol, and all the steps are going to be taken as appropriate. And so, and in terms of that too, I mean, other things I'm noticing is that, and again, the proposed Pulte development that's across the street, we have no big zoning sign for that. So again, it comes from keeping the public informed.
Okay, we're going to have
people understand.
We're going to have to cut you off now. We understand the gist of what you're saying, and I hope you'll be patient with us tonight and listen to what we do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I'd like to move on now to the crossing of Milford, and I'd like to start out. Siri, can you go through your memo? Let's see, 1119 memo, I think, of PUD and C2 and what the restrictions are and that kind of thing.
Thank you, Chair. Just to give you a brief introduction, and then I will let John Curry, the applicant's engineer, give an update on what changes were made, and then I'll come back and wrap up the presentation a little bit.
All right.
So this was presented to Planning Commission at a previous meeting. We scheduled a public hearing for this project, and then the Planning Commission thought that we needed to take a step back, look at it, comprehensively, and brought back to Planning Commission to introduce the project. So that's what we did after the last planning commission meeting. We scheduled a meeting with the applicants. The chair and Commissioner Mazzara were present at the meeting for the crossings. And we had a good discussion about big picture items. And then the applicant was asked to revise the plans and provide some additional information and resubmit for Planning Commission's consideration. So I would defer to John to give us an update on what changes have been made since then. And then I can give you a brief overview of our memo and the issues.
Thank you, Sri, for the opportunity to explain some of the changes we've made since our March submittal. The traffic impact study was revised based on recommendations from our pre-planning commission meeting and discussions with.
Excuse me, please, George. Can I adjust the chair for a minute, please?
Yes, please do, Bill.
I think what the chair is referring to at this point in time is the November 19th meeting from Sri that addresses a process requirement for the PUD and the C2 PUD. Okay.
Would you like a summary of those two, the differences between the C2 PUD and the PUD?
I think that's very good information that you put together. I think it will help inform the public of what we're doing before we jump into doing it, and also to give the other commissioners a chance to hear that. And it may not be all of it, but I'm only, at this point concerned about the areas that deal with the C2 PUD. Thank you.
Thank you. That is actually a very good suggestion. A quick refresher. We have two projects in front of you today. One is the Crossings, which is a C2 PUD, and the other one is the Kensingtons, which is a regular PUD. The difference between these two is that C2 PUD is not essentially a rezoning, but it's an overlay option that's provided for properties that are zoned C2. It is still discretionary, subject to Planning Township Board approval based on Planning Commission's recommendation. But what the overlay offers is a flexibility for the applicants to redesign, to develop the site with a mix of commercial and residential uses, which is what the Crossings is proposing right now. It is proposing a mix of commercial and residential development. And the PUD is essentially allows the developer to rezone parcels from their existing zoning. It doesn't have to be a specific zoning. It could be any zoning category that is there right now, to rezone it to a PUD, which allows them a flexibility in their mix of uses and mix of design styles.
Sherry, for this part of the meeting, can you just talk about the CUPUD or C2 PUD, because I want to get out all of the critical bits about that, because that's what we're talking about right now.
Okay.
And then when we get to the Kensington Ridge, we can talk about the requirements for a PUD.
Okay. So after the last public hearing meeting, we've set out a path for the applicants. We said, okay, we need to have a pre-PC meeting, and we're going to introduce the project to Planning Commission. And then if the Planning Commission feels that the project is ready to move forward, then we would schedule a public hearing where we would gather public input. So as you can see on the screen, we are on step 3 right now. And towards the end of the meeting, if the Planning Commission feels like it's ready to move forward, they can direct the staff to schedule a public hearing. Or if the Planning Commission feels that the plans need to be revised, or they need more information to make the determination, then they can direct the applicants and the staff accordingly.
Okay.
And a little bit of a clarification right now. You're only looking at the C2 PUD concept plan, not the site plan at this point.
Gotcha.
Because we need to figure out whether conceptually is this a good alternative for this site, and then comes the next process of site plan.
Okay, and in a sentence or two, can you tell us what is the Planning Commission being asked to do tonight? with respect to crossings of Milford?
So the goal is one, to get everybody's input, Planning Commission's input, because let me go back to this slide. The Planning Commission need to make three findings essentially when it's time to make the recommendation to Township Board. Not tonight, but when it's time to make a motion at a later meeting. So there's the one which is a finding based on use, and then there's a finding based on the layout and design issues, and then there's a finding based on screening. So the intent is to look at what's being presented and then identify if there are any areas where there's a chance, scope for a change or a revision, and guide the applicant so that we can take the process, keep the process moving forward, and determine when is the right time to schedule a public hearing.
All righty. I think what I'd like you to do, and by the way, for the applicant, I think the applicant's complete response to all of the questions we had was pretty good. You guys did a heck of a job. But if you could review that document with us as quickly as you can. I know it's a long document, a lot of questions, but I'd like to go through that so all of the commissioners and everybody on board knows what we were asking and what their response was. And again, my compliments to the applicant, did a heck of a job. So take it away, Siri.
Would you like me to share this applicant's review letter or just give you a brief overview?
Yeah, you can give us a brief overview, but hit us many of the high spots. And I want to know, in other words, we had like 7 pages of questions, and we got a very, very detailed response back on each question. And I thought it was an excellent document, but I want to make sure all of the commissioners have a complete understanding of what is in that document and how the applicant responded.
So the response letter that was included in your packet was a response to our second review, not the latest review we put together.
Yes.
The applicant at the last pre-PC meeting, let me take a step back a little bit. Like I said, the applicant is proposing a mix of residential and commercial uses.
Yep.
The residential development is pretty straightforward. We know what they're proposing. We know what we will get, because they've laid out the plan, and they said they're going to build it in phases based on the demand, the leasing and the placement of houses and that. So that's clear. What's kind of like up for discussion is the commercial part of it. And at the pre-PC meeting, that was the major point of discussion. At the commercial uses, the applicants the concept plan that was provided is conceptual at best. And then he did indicate that depending on the end users, the layout could change. Let me pull the, so currently they're showing 5 commercial buildings on the site. And then they anticipate, a couple of drive-through uses, some sit-down restaurants, and maybe a retail, maybe a bank, a mix of a couple of uses. A gas station, maybe a bank or credit union or a fast food. They don't know who the end users are. So we've asked the applicant to provide a project narrative explaining their intent, how they're gonna market the commercial sites. And that's what they essentially provided in their response letter. They've addressed our comments about their water connection and some uses.
The water connection is a kind of pretty much a big standalone issue.
So I think if I can go through the slides the way I had it, so that I'm not jumping between topics without a proper plan. Okay, so like we mentioned before, the planning commission to make, it all comes down to making those 3 findings, based on use, layout, and screening. And like I just mentioned, the use is where the last meeting we've asked the applicant to identify uses to prohibit uses that are not compatible with the residential development, which is what this slide shows.
Can I ask another question of the chair, please?
Sure.
Sure, go ahead, Bill.
Would it be all right if the applicant did their introduction first to let the public know the overall concepts of what they're talking about? This is an introduction of the plan for the first time to the public. So would it be all right if the applicant did their introduction first and then we can follow up with your review comments?
That was the plan. So I think that's what John started off before. So I will give it back to John.
Okay. Let's take it away, John.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a document to come up here. Okay. So what Sri and Wendy had talked to me about earlier was presenting changes we had made to them. So I guess I'll give a quick overview of the overall development. I think that's what Bill's asking for. Generally, we're using the C2 option to allow a mixed use of multifamily residential and commercial with 5 commercial sites. Uses yet unknown, but to be dictated what's allowed and not allowed by this, the development agreement, and 175 luxury multifamily units and a clubhouse with a pool. That's kind of the gist of the overall scope of the development. As far as what we changed since our March submittal based on the pre-planning commission meeting in October and various other discussions with the staff and consultants, the traffic study was revised to include the worst case, as we called it, mix of commercial users in the commercial portion. And we did a comparison of the proposed mixed use plan to the impact of a fully commercial development, showing that this mixed use project as proposed has a lesser traffic impact than a fully commercial development that could be developed here and was previously approved. The site plans and traffic study were also provided to the road commission. We provided this back to them in January as well. We have not gotten new comments from them yet on this plan and study. Based on the request of the planning commission, both the residential and commercial market studies have been updated or amended for 2020. They were a couple years old at this point, so we updated those. Those are included in the community impact assessment. We also, actually this summer, completed a new wetland investigation. The previous one was several years old. And we found wetland has expanded quite a bit since that previous study. And therefore, as you can see here, the layout has been revised. We lost a couple of residential buildings, reducing the site from 195 to 175 units, with a density now of about 6 units per acre in the residential portion. We did add some additional plantings to the perimeter buffers on the east and north sides of the site. We know that's a topic that will warrant further discussion. I did send some pictures to Randy earlier today. I don't know if those were able to be distributed, but I went out and took some pictures on that east side to kind of show what the natural vegetation looks like over there. We added a walking loop through the interior of the site around the new detention pond location. That path connects to the sidewalks and parking lots around that area. Based on the request of the planning commission, we've illustrated all road improvements recommended for both developments, ours in Kensington Ridge, based on both developed traffic studies that was asked for, I think, at the last meeting in September. Also as recommended by the planning commission, we've shown a conceptual pedestrian crossing at Milford Road at a traffic signal. We've added information to the plans regarding the ownership of the residential community and commercial properties. I think as discussed before, the ownership of the residential area will remain with the developer. The commercial sites will be sold individually for development by others. We also added information on the plans pertaining to the scope of infrastructure construction, as well as the order of construction for the residential buildings. We've added a table of allowed and prohibited uses for the commercial parcels. Also some architectural images that represent the style of those buildings. Those are sort of the main plan and report changes since March. There's been quite a few other minor changes on all the comments and questions we had. Those are all listed in our response letter to the township. So I think that's the sum of everything that's changed. So we look forward to discussing these and anything else with you tonight.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Cherie, are you ready to go back into it?
Yes. Okay, I think I just put together a few slides just to give some suggestive points for discussion, but I will let the Planning Commission get into detail of their, the comments and the review letters and whatnot. One, I just want to get your attention on, the uses that were being proposed. Maybe you would like to consider, is that a good set of uses? Or do you like the uses that are being prohibited? Or, keeping in mind that this is not a requirement, this is something the applicant is, offering based on a recommendation.
Understood. We'll just take this for what it's worth and just, we'll leave the discussion for later.
Okay, I can pull the slides when you are at that point, and then, if you think that would be helpful. And then based on the layout, there are a couple of, the CTPUD allows that the applicant can seek some relief from ordinance standards as part of the PUD process. And this is a list of items that they are seeking a relief from. A minimum of 100,000 square feet of commercial space is required. They're proposing 33,000. The market study said there is a demand for 55,000 square feet. And then for building setback, I think they moved a couple of few changes to the layout. I think they're now seeking a relief of 6 feet for setback. I apologize for the error here. And then the parking setback, they're seeking a relief of a reduction of 5 feet. And then for screening and opacity, they are asking to allow use of existing vegetation instead of proposing new berms and new landscape. John did email me some pictures this afternoon. It was too late to distribute to the Planning Commission members, but if anybody wants to look at them, I can pull them up on the screen anytime. And then the other items I wanted to bring to your attention is the flexibility the applicant is seeking for commercial site plans. That is something Planning Commission want to discuss and then figure out, how much flexibility you want to allow, because the concept plan that's shown right now, it may not be the final output. It could change based on the final uses. And it's just like I mentioned, their market study summarized that there is a demand for up to 55,000 square feet, and they're only proposing about 33,000 square feet. And for a number of residential units, their market study said that based on a 20% renter occupied housing rate, Milford requires an additional 1,360 rental units, and they're proposing about 175. Phasing is something that is also up for discussion. They are proposing phasing for both uses. For the residential buildings, the applicant noted that they will be constructed in groups of 3 to 4, 15 to 40 dwelling units. And then the timing is dependent on, pace of leasing. So we don't know the end date for the total build out. For commercial, like I said, it's based on the user. And item 5 is just, they did listen to our recommendations before. There's this central open space, which was vacant at the last plan. They moved the detention pond from the, where there's an existing landscape into the central space, and then they created some walking paths and benches around it. Open areas for maintenance, something like when this is being phased, what are the plans for the areas that are not constructed? Are they being sorted, graded, or how are they being maintained so that, they don't conflict with the quality of the development or the surroundings? The construction impacts, just trying to get a sense of, I know some of these points can be considered as part of the final site plan review, but then the point of discussing them at this time is because there will be a PUD agreement as part of the concept plan approval. And then it's good to have some of these as the conditions of approval in the agreement so that, it's clear for everybody moving forward when each site plan comes in for a different phase approval, knowing a set of standards to guide the development. Water, they are proposing to tag along with Kensington in their efforts with from getting water from Lyon Township. Fire and emergency. At the last review letter, our fire marshal had some concerns about the water flow and the FDC connections and a couple of other items, but then the applicant's revised drawings and the response letter indicated that they've addressed most of those comments. The only suggestive comment that's there is our fire chief said it would be helpful to have a video coverage of the entrance exits for both Milford and Pontiac Trail. The traffic impacts, that is something we could get into a little bit of detail later, but this is just a gist of what the applicant provided, that if they develop it based on the existing, permitted zoning, which is C2, the number of trips could be 4 times more than what they're proposing now with a mix of residential and commercial uses. However, as part of the traffic impacts, they're also proposing some improvements along Milford Road, constructing right turn taper lane and right turn lane, the center left turn lane. John, if I missed anything, please correct me if I'm wrong. And then screening, like I mentioned, it has to, the applicant is, if you look at the landscape plan in front of your screen, they are proposing to use the existing screen where my cursor is towards the north east corner of the site. And then there's screening proposed along Milford and Pontiac Trail. One of our concerns we raised in our review letter is the screening here between the proposed commercial spaces and the proposed residential units. So that is something Planning Commission can consider and see if proposed screening is adequate or not. I think that's just to get you started. If you, I'm here, we have Muhammad Agib, our traffic consultant here as well, and Eric Fazzini is here as well. As part of the discussion, if you come up, if you have any questions or you want me to pull up any documents, please let me know. I'll stand by. Chair, I think you're on mute.
Let's try that again. Jennifer wrote a letter on the intended uses. Can you take us through that letter too?
Do you mean
do you have Jennifer's letter there?
Jennifer's letter?
Yeah. She had a letter.
My letter from the original legal review that we did. Is that what you're talking about, George?
Yes, I think so. Yeah,
oh, it was exactly what Sri was just saying about how they have not designated on their on the plans that they've submitted the exact uses for the commercial units. Okay. And although that's something that could be done at the site plan level, that that's at the Planning Commission discretion as to whether or not you want to narrow down those uses right now. What we've done with other PUDs in the past is kind of come up with a list of potential uses, not necessarily to like the detail of site plan, because they may not know their end users, but that's something that we could certainly like discuss or put some kind of limitation on uses that would be allowed.
Okay,
Thanks,
all right,
Jennifer.
thank you. And then we also had an HFC letter, which I think is also a part of the package. Reading through that, a lot of that was fairly perfunctory. It wasn't so much of a deep dive. I don't think there was anything. I don't remember seeing anything in the HRC letter that really warranted a lot of time. I don't know if everybody agrees with that, but let's skip around that for right now. So the variances they're asking us for are the ones that you listed. Can you pull that back up? There we go. Yeah, that's it. I want everybody, I want all the commissioners to be familiar with what's being asked for. And so that when we get down to your comments, you'll have a pretty good idea of what we need to know, what more we need to know about this. I think at this point, I'd like to go through each one of the commissioners to see if they have any comments or questions. And I'd like to start out with Miles. Take down your document there, Sheree, so we can see Miles.
Sure, 1 second.
There we go. Okay, Miles, go ahead. Any questions?
I like a lot of what they've done, and all the things they're asking for, I don't really have a problem with. The thing that scares me most is traffic, and it's mostly relating to where they are, because of people trying to get out, make a left turn, go south to the freeway. So I guess that's my only concern.
Okay, that's a big concern. I agree with you. Dave, can we get some comments from you?
Yes. So I'll second what Miles said about the traffic. That corner there, plus coming off the freeway, is a nightmare, especially at rush hour. But I wanted to comment one other thing. I pulled up the section 32337 principal permitted principal uses of a C2 planned shopping center district. And one thing that I noted on this is that in section 4 under there, it says the uses permitted in an R2 district when such are secondary to the principal use on the site, i.e. a planned shopping center, and are integrally designed to complement the commercial uses concerning architectural design, circulation, parking, etc. When we talk about a C2 section, we talk about how this is a shopping center area, and this PUD is saying, okay, well, we want to have some residential in this section as well. And when I look at this, while our guidelines on what a C2 is that the residential is secondary, the majority of this property is residential, and the commercial almost seems like an afterthought. It's like, oh yeah, we have to throw a little bit of commercial in here so that we can get our ginormous, is that a word? Residential section in place. So given that we have a lot of traffic concerns as is, and we're now trying to get as much residential on a site which is supposed to be secondary to the commercial sections, that's where I have my primary concerns.
Okay, that's a real good comment. I appreciate that, Dave. Neil?
My comment was with regard to the water and sewage. The Kensington Ridge property has a secondary proposal for, it looks like a common well. I didn't see anything with regard to sewage, and that this property is contingent upon approval from South Lyon and also a tie-in to Kensington Ridge. What if that doesn't happen? And we're looking at this one first. So what is the plan for water and sewage for the crossings should the Kensington Ridge property not be developed, nor the South Lyon intergovernmental agreement not happen?
Gotcha. Yeah, and that's a big concern too. You know, everything goes out the window if we don't have water down there, and we do need an alternative. And I think seem to recall somewhere along the line, the applicant did offer up an alternative that they might consider to be a common well, but it'd have to be a pretty good sized well for that kind of volume, the commercial volume and the housing. So, but I know that they're concerned too. And we're going to, if we do any kind of a thing tonight, it's going to be contingent upon that. And because that needs to be rectified. Sewer we've got down there because we've had the sewer down there for quite a while, you know, coming out of Wixom, but water is essential. And until we can be assured that we're going to resolve that holistically, I think we've got cause to be concerned. So thanks, Neil. Julie?
Hi.
Hi there.
So the commercial use versus the residential use, I think that this property, and I've heard it said from someone else, I can't remember, it has much less intensive use than what we've seen in the past. I'm fine with the amount of residential versus the amount of commercial. I think it looks great. I would not like to add more commercial than residential. I think what they have around the border looks really good. My concern would be the landscaping. I would really like to see the screening look be beefed up in between what's already there. And I think that's about it. I would like to see the screening between the commercial and the residential that's within the development. I would like to see that beefed up a little bit as well. But otherwise, I think the project looks really good and it's a lot better than what we've seen in the past.
Thanks. Jim. You to unmute.
Got it. I got it. Thank you. I'm going back to what Commissioner Lotka said initially, is that I think this was a way of getting residential into a commercial area. And the funny is, if I understand it properly too, the residential must be built out before the commercial can commence. Is that correct?
That's what I'm hearing. I think so far the commercial has been kind of a gray box thing. I mean, they've put some dimensions on it, but it's been pretty gray boxed.
Yeah, but I thought this was that in the C2 and the PUD that you must complete the residential before you start the commercial. So we don't even know what any of that's going to look like, even if it's a black box, until the residential is complete.
Well, I think part of the complication too is nobody can get financing on commercial unless they've got renters. And you know, you've got to have a plan, or at least a concept plan, before they can actually go out to try to get people to come in. So, you know, there is a kind of a catch-22 kind of built into that, and I understand it, but I have a concern about it too. I understand what you're talking about.
And this, the last point is about the traffic. I understand that it looks like they're going to have to put a light at the exit from westbound 96, then another one further up for both this property or the other property. That road gets backed up in there so much as it is now, and we're going to have light after light after light. And if you go back, you're talking about 7 lights potentially from Grand River just up to the edge of before Maple Road. That's a lot of stop and go.
Good point. And you know, the throughput is going to be critical because you know it's seriously overtaxed at this point, and so it needs some major surgery. So appreciate the comments, Jim. Vaughn.
Staying with the traffic, it's difficult for me to really judge what the situation is going to be. And I personally think we desperately need a road commission assessment of it. I mean, no one's allowed, I think, to put bypass lanes or left turn lanes or lights or anything like that without the approval of the road commission anyway. And so I know this is going to be an issue. You know, we've heard it before from residents and heard it from ourselves for that matter. And so I think as part of this, as we go forward, we really need something from the road commission that says, okay, here's what's proposed, here's what we think we ought to do, and here's going to be the impact. And then, you know, on the residential versus business, I too really don't have a huge issue with what they've done. I mean, maybe it should be 55,000 square feet rather than 33,000 square feet. But I appreciate also that they can't design or they can't start the buildings until they're leased. None of us want to see empty storefronts anyway in the community. And the only thing I would say, though, is I would like to get some clarification in terms of what will the site look like if the commercial doesn't come through. I mean, no one can force commercial to come through. But if the commercials don't materialize, is that going to be an empty field there? How are they going to lay out the overall site so that it's going to look like, you know, a reasonable site, you know, before the commercial gets put in place? So I think that's something we need to understand.
Yeah.
I also think has been mentioned by someone, we do need to have some way to really express what the permitted uses are of the commercial properties. I mean, we've talked about sometimes here are the prohibited ones, but then we don't want to make it sound like, well, it wasn't on your prohibited list, so we ought to be able to do it, right?
Yeah.
And so we need to be able to find a way to articulate that allows flexibility and recognizes that they can't be real specific right now, but allows us, you know, to be able to control within reason what goes into those commercial buildings.
Yeah.
So those are my three major comments, I think, at this point.
Good point. And save the best for last. Bill, are you there?
You're muted, Bill.
From my standpoint, you know, traffic, the assessment of traffic, I'd like to ask some questions to the engineer. Because in the last meeting, I had asked for the rating of the intersections. And you did address that, but since I'm not a traffic engineer, I really don't truly understand tables 5 through 8. So where it says that on different intersections, is the traffic engineer available?
John, is your traffic consultant here tonight?
Yes, Mike?
Yeah, I'm here. Mike Laverty's here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mike.
Okay.
So there are, in these 5 sections indicated in your response, I'm really looking at what is the rating existing. I want to make sure that the public, again, understands all of this so that, because traffic is always going to be a concern. But there's some headings called the existing, and then the background, and then the existing implied. So can you just go over the basic headings of the chapter, each one of the sections? Unfortunately, the first one is the intersection of Pontiac Trail and Centennial Drive, but it has an existing rating, and then it has a future rating. And these ratings, I think, are based on the engineer's recommendation with improvements. Is that correct?
You're close. The existing means you take the existing road geometry that's out there. You take the existing, in this case, traffic signal timing and phasing that's out there, and you do traffic counts that are currently out there during the AM and PM peak hours. So sometime in the morning, 7 to 9 and 4 to 6 in the afternoon on a typical weekday. So that tells you how it's working today with nothing else going on out there. That's what you see. Existing with improvements. It's not implied, it's improvements. Sorry about the confusion on that, but
I just misspoke.
some of the in this case, sometimes the operation requires you have an existing problem and you at least have to identify it and figure out what to do about it. And most of the time you don't get to make an existing problem a bigger problem, right? Usually that doesn't happen. You have to come up with some plan to help that. So you need to know what it is. So that's existing with improvements. It's not something that the developer did or anything like that. It's out there today, but this is what you have to do to fix it. So that's how it operates when you make that improvement. That's what that table, those levels of service and delay numbers show you. And then background is existing with improvements, but you add traffic growth up to the day or the year, in this case, that the project just begins to open. And so let's say you count the traffic in 2019 and it takes 2 years to complete the development. And so during that time, traffic volumes grow. Other projects that were online come in place, stuff like that. And so the volumes are larger than existing. So what do you have? Because that's the situation you're going to add your new traffic to, the development traffic. So you add background, you grow background traffic, and that end up with some new problems. And then that's why you have background with improvements. And then future is adding the traffic to that network or that situation. So, and there's the results for what you get when you add your development traffic to it. So that's each one of those headings. That helps, I hope. Maybe I confused it.
So then when it goes through the first letter, and I don't want to talk about Centennial as much as the westbound 996 Milford Road intersection.
Okay.
On the existing, it starts off with a C rating. Is that correct?
Are we on table 5? I'm sorry, which table are you on?
I jumped to table 7, sorry.
That's okay. I'll go to table 7.
I'm pulling those on the screen.
Okay. If you're at, oops, table 7 moved on me here. What the heck? Okay. So eastbound I-96, the westbound off ramps, in the morning, table 7 is for the morning peak hour, so 7 to 9, whatever that the peak hour is during that time frame. That particular movement eastbound does operate at level service C, 16.8 seconds of delay, average delay.
Correct.
Yep, that's right.
And then the next
So you know, level of service D is considered acceptable.
I know that.
Okay.
I think that's why it's important to tell everybody that what is acceptable is a level of performance D.
Correct.
So this is functioning, existing at a level of performance C. With the background, it stays a C, but jumps to 17.5. And it's still staying at C, so it's still acceptable. But the movement through there is going to 33.5 in the future.
Correct, in the morning.
That's right?
Yes, that's right.
So even though the level has stayed the same, C, which is not great, and I don't think there's very many intersections that I've been exposed to that are above C, but there's still a lot more volume, even with the improvements. So are the improvements making it any better?
Well, if you didn't have the if you didn't make the improvements and you added the traffic, you wouldn't like it. It would not be good. So it's the idea of these projects are mitigating their traffic impacts. And the idea in all of these studies is to get the intersection stop or the locations to operate what's within acceptable parameters. So obviously level service C has a certain range of delay and level service A, B, C, and D, and E and F all have delay ranges for them to stay within. And if they do, and as long as it's a D or better, it's considered acceptable.
And even with a D or better, though, there'll be obviously a longer wait time to get through that intersection.
That's correct. Yep.
So the improvements that I see being done here are not improving the wait time or even holding the wait time at the same time. The people in the area are going to see a longer wait time. Is that correct?
That's correct. Between 16 and 33.5. That's correct.
So that's almost double.
Yep.
But it's still acceptable because D is acceptable.
That's
Is that
correct. Yes. It's an accepted practice thing. That's how you analyze these. So whether it seems to make sense to a lot of it would be worse if they didn't mitigate the impact. That's my point, is they mitigated their impact to get to a point where it would be considered acceptable.
But the impact is being caused by the development.
And background traffic.
Yeah, it's interesting because the background with the improvement doubled. It doubled the wait time.
Yep.
So I mean, I don't know how an improvement is stretches into
That work?
doubling the wait
Yeah,
time.
right. Well, sometimes you have to add some, might work great in the morning, and it doesn't necessarily help it in the afternoon. In this case, you need to fix the afternoon in order to, and that, which is bad, and then you end up putting
On that,
a black eye in the morning is all.
this subject, does this include the impact of the Kensington project as well then?
No, this project is finished before.
Well, I know it is. I know it is, but I'm just trying to figure out what the, what we're ultimately going to see.
Well, yeah, the Kensington project has their own study, and they have they've taken, for the most part, they've taken information from our study and used it to complete their study.
Can I ask a question additionally
For
to
right
this?
for right now, I'd like to ask all the commissioners to try to be recognized so we don't get into this jumping in the middle of it. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
Sure. So did these traffic studies take account of the brand new development that is just opening up in downtown Milford at Main Street and GM, where I don't know how many apartments are going in on there, but that alone is going to increase traffic considerably. And since we're kind of in these COVID lockdowns, even as those are filling up, we still don't really know what the impact of those apartments are actually going to be. So did it take into account all the brand new apartments that are going into downtown Milford?
I'm pretty sure it didn't, Dave, because I think that was one of the reasons. I'll talk for Vaughn. I think that's why Vaughn asked it, because we need to see what the road commission wants to do ultimately, because they've got a lot of the growth. So we need to be able to understand how all these bits of growth, which are substantial, are going to affect that intersection. And it's a train wreck in the afternoon anyway. So it needs to be improved. And I think the information we got here says that it's still going to be okay, but it's going to get worse. So
if I could just go on.
Go ahead, Bill.
So I think the whole point of this, though, is that this report submitted to the road commission for Oakland County is going to approve it because it doesn't get worse than a D. Is that a fair statement?
If the improvements are made, that's correct.
Yeah. So with the improvements made, the way that the study is rolled out by the applicant and reviewed by Giffords, this is just common practice. This is how it goes. But yet one of the largest concerns that the public had at our brief public hearing meeting was traffic. So I think, what do you do beyond the normal to alleviate the wait time and maintain it at a lower wait time? What if we just say 33, doubling the wait time is not acceptable? Is that possible? I mean,
I didn't really look at it. We haven't looked at it that way. I mean, if that's an assignment, then we'll be happy to give it a shot. Some things potentially are infeasible or maybe cost prohibitive, but maybe we'll have to look at that. And each location might be a little different.
and I just want to say that I think the response this time from the applicant has been a great response. But this is a concern that I have, not just with this traffic study, but with all traffic studies, is that from a user standpoint, just a normal person trying to get home, it's going to take more time. To answer Dave's question, you can complicate the apartments in the village all the way down Milford Road. It's the only east-west corridor to do this in. So we look at this development, but there's developments everywhere that are going to do that. So that one thing I would think to ask is, there something more that we can do with the roads to even bring the impact of this development down more to where it is right now, or where it would be projected? The other thing to remember is that this is a C2 planned shopping district.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
Or kind of give me some direction if we go this way? First of all, if you think about it, the project is generating more or less trips than if it were developed as zone. So that's a traffic improvement without doing any engineering. As far as off-site goes, that's a good solution or a good way to address it. That's one thing. The second thing, though, is that, and I don't know, maybe you can appreciate this or not, but you need some sort of a criteria, accepted practice criteria, to be able to give decent answers, educated answers to these traffic questions and traffic issues. And so I could try to hit a moving target till I'm blue in the face, right? I mean, it would be very hard for example, if you said, I just want to make it better. Well, what's better for you and what's better for others is, different. I mean, so that's why that the level of service criteria is there. And that's why accepted practice says, if you get level of service D, that's what you should work, that's what you should analyze to, that's what you should make recommendations to get to. So that's kind of how it works. If you had something that said, you know what, we don't want any more than 20 seconds of delay on any approach or any movement for any of the intersections that are part of your study, what would you have to do to get that? Well, we can do that, but that wouldn't be accepted practice really. But that would be the criteria. You'd have to give us something a little more specific.
Mike,
And
have you
I'm not saying that.
Hang on a second.
I'm just trying to explain to everybody that's listening, when someone talks about a traffic study, what the parameters are of a traffic study. So, as you say, it's common practice. So asking for something above and beyond common practice would be difficult.
Yeah. Hey, Mike.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this area? Do you live around here? I don't know.
I live in Troy, but I've used to work out in Brighton. I worked on this site back in 2013, and I worked on the proposed Target project on the Pulte site.
Have you ever been westbound on Pontiac Trail about 5 o'clock out of Wixon?
No, I don't think I have been.
Well, I'm looking at your seconds of delay and things like that on westbound Pontiac Trail, and they don't make sense to me, because having been through there, it's not measured in seconds, it's measured in quarters of an hour. That traffic will back up from Milford Road all the way back a mile and a half. And when you got a mile and a half backup, trust me, it's more than 33 seconds. I can guarantee you. And when you hear the community, the people coming in, like the lady that was on earlier, they're concerned about traffic, and that's what they're concerned about. These small, 10, 15-second changes that are coming out of the study, for me, they don't wash with the reality of that intersection. That's my issue.
Well, what I can tell you is, if you want to look at table 6.
Can you pull it up for us?
Up.
PDF's open, 1 second. Can you all see table 6?
Is the PM? Okay, that's it. Got it.
Okay.
Okay. So you're not speaking with forked tongue when you talk about westbound Pontiac Trail. Right? I mean, it's a fairly significant issue.
Yep.
One of the reasons, though, that, and there's I think it's 500 and some people in the evening peak hour turn left to go south. That means that many people sometime in the morning peak hour was northbound right, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But it's a right turn versus a left. The cool thing about this intersection right now is that could be a whole lot worse than you're seeing if there were any conflicts on the west leg, but there are not. So even still, it's bad, not very good. Let's just put it that way.
Yep.
So part of that, but that's an existing condition, and you're right. There's the levee site and our site are both vacant at the moment. So along with a few others that are part of the background traffic. So it's going to get worse. What we identified here, though, if you look, it's an F in the PM peak hour, and we made it a dual left. That's what it takes in order to be able to get that intersection to acceptable, or that movement acceptable. The trick will be then is that it's a dual left turn and it's existing problem. That's where there's going to be some sort of something's going to have to happen in order to be able to get that improvement made, even though it's not being caused by these developments, being caused by other developments. And same thing with background, if you notice, but you can go along and you get in the future, you end up adding our traffic to it, and you make those changes and some signal modifications, and you end up with a D, which is valid. It'll work. It's probably the reason you see it backing. It's probably not miles, but if we have a simulation that we did that's part of this, that the left turns always, I shouldn't say always, but almost always take up more space than the left turn storage bay that is available. So it blocks the ability of the through traffic either continue to cross to be able to go north, make a right turn. So it needs to be extended. You can only extend it so far, and it needs a second left turn lane so two cars can turn at the same time. So that's what you get. Then you're right. But that's part of what these projects are going to include. Somehow that lane and the signal improvements are going to get made.
And going down with the future again, there's a really large project at South Hill and Milford, or at Pontiac Trail, which has a consent decree to put in how many homes are supposed to go into there?
600.
600 homes there. And, you mentioned that there's a backup that prevents people from going north, but really at that intersection, that backup, and I have been in a 1 mile backup there.
Okay.
I would say that, and I'm one of those people who does wish to go north there, and turn right. I would say it's probably 1 out of 50 cars actually wants to turn right. That every one of them is almost all going left at that point.
Yeah, you're pretty close. I
And,
think
and there is no
it's
through
probably
traffic
4
either.
or 5 to 1. It's 4 or
Yeah.
5 to 1. I
And
think.
there's no through traffic there because it just dead ends at right now it dead ends at a park and ride.
Right. Yep. That's right. So they can make big cars can make the turn, but it's still not enough.
Yep.
If I can go on.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, Bill, you want to go on?
I think that's, the only discussion I wanted to have over the traffic. I don't think all the traffic is necessarily dependent on this development. It's bad there now. So in a lot of realms. But what this study is saying is acceptable. The other thing is that on the life bearings here. Okay, so when it comes into the commercial uses, could you bring that sheet back up again, which indicated what the commercial uses are? Sorry. While we're doing that, I really don't have a problem with the commercial uses. I would much rather make sure that it's successful. We don't have dark buildings. But I also don't want to see the density increase past the 175. So I think it's a matter of really looking at what we have. Now, these are the anticipated uses based on permitted uses, the gas station, fast food, drive-through, a credit union, bank. These are small. These are very specific as to what these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 uses would be. On sheet C20, though, you could bring up C20 real quick. It talks about proposed uses.
From the site plan set?
On the site plan set, I'm sorry, set C-2.0.
Okay, one moment.
So we have 5 uses stated in one document, and this appears to be a little bit different on this sheet. So my question is, what is it?
Can I speak to that one?
Sure.
The in this, we were asked to provide uses that would be permitted. So that list on C2.0 is a list of anticipated possible development types and prohibited ones. That's a range. It could be a HRC, when they did the traffic review, had asked to change the study to try to find a mix that gives the worst case, which mean a lot of things, but I think Rural reached out to HRC and talked through different mixes and how that could go, what would be considered worst case, and that's what the current study is on.
And I'm sorry, who's speaking right now?
Oh, I'm sorry, this is John Curry from PEA Group.
Okay, so that's what I took it, that these are all the possible uses.
Correct.
But in the concept design states only 5 of these.
The concept design.
the document that Trey just had up, makes reference to 5. Gas
think they
station
were trying to
branded,
worst cases.
fast food, small inline retail center. What are the 5 uses that you're projecting this will be?
We're not projecting specific uses. We're giving a range of uses and allowed uses. Again, we don't know what they will be, but for the purpose of the traffic study, we picked a mix that we thought would give, I guess I'd say, the worst answer. That was our drawing from, I think, HRC and from comments with the Planning Commission last time.
I think the comments from the planning commission last time are more around, you have to be more specific about what these uses will be. Is that a fair statement?
There was discussion of that. That's kind of the point of this table on C2.0. For the traffic study, we wanted to give a mix that would give us kind of the worst case, because the concern was that if you come back and the uses are somehow more intense than what is in the traffic study, well, then what do we do then? So that's kind of why we use in the traffic study to give that. I keep calling it a worst case. That's what they were calling it in the
So just to
discussion
be
back
clear,
then.
the uses for the site right now are projected to be any one of the ones that are mentioned on C2.0, where the 5 uses that were in this slide that Sri had, that was strictly for the development of the traffic study.
If the slide that you're referring to is a page from the traffic study, yes, I'm not sure. Showing the table from C2.0 and the traffic study, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
What slide did you just have up, Sri?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was gone. One moment.
Lots of documents.
I know, it's just like, okay. I have it now.
That is the table from the C2.0.
So this is any one of these uses could be a use for this concept plan.
Correct.
Sri, the first slide that you had up in your presentation stated 5. What was the intent of that slide? These anticipated uses was only established for the traffic study. Is that correct?
I'd have to look at the traffic study. I think that looks like a variation of the table on the site plan that's recreated right there.
Yes, I think I would go by what's on C2. The intent, like John said, is that it could be a combination of the following. It's not it's just a coincidence that the number 5 matches the number of buildings for commercial site, but it could be a combination of any of these uses. There could be 2 sit-down restaurants, 1 bank, and 2 drive-ups, or there could be 3 sit-down restaurants, 1 fast food, and 1 gas station. It could be a combination of these uses. What?
I just needed the clarification. I'm not questioning that it's wrong or right, but it seems to be a discrepancy from what I read and then what I've seen on the drawings. So
I would go with the drawing.
Can I interrupt for just a quick second? If you go to table 1 in the study, it shows you what we used.
Okay. For the traffic study.
Correct. And we tried to find a worst case scenario. And we went through and tested some uses and square footages to try and come up with something that could be the worst case. And we think this is, as far as generating new trips, we think this is a combination that will generate the greatest number of trips, albeit there's not going to be a huge difference between if we made one of them, the shopping center, 6,000, and something else, a couple thousand square feet larger. But nonetheless, that's what we used. If that makes any sense to you.
It does. I'm understanding. It's just that the concept study I thought was supposed to be more specific in its uses.
Just if I could explain that table real quick. There's a couple things on that you may have not seen before. There's a column that says land use code, And that is a code that's in a document called Trip Generation, published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers.
Yes.
And it is that's just reflects, if I look for land use code 220, it'll have multifamily housing, and it gives you trip generation information to be able to forecast the trips for these kinds of studies. Units, that's the density that you use. Then the AM in, AM out, and total, those are the trips that go in the site in the morning peak hour and the trips that leave the site in the morning peak hour, and then the total. And then same thing for PM peak hour, same thing. And then weekday, that number is a 24-hour number, and it's total trips. So that's in plus out. So the number of new trips on a daily basis, a trip is a one-way directional movement. So actually, if that makes any sense to you. And then there's some reductions that were taken based on, for the peak hours, based on characteristics that are like pass-by trips. There are trips that are already out there, and internal capture trips, because maybe somebody that lives in the apartments would go to the gas station, that kind of thing. So there's some reductions based on that too. So that's what that table means.
So, okay, in terms of the concept plan, though, not the traffic study, the uses that are on the site could be any one of the ones stated for permitted uses.
Correct. That is the intent.
On the stormwater management, I would like to see it within the maintenance agreement, certain clauses within that maintenance agreement that ensure that the storm management system is going to continue to work. So on the 25-foot buffer around the wetlands, I think it needs to be posted with signage. And I am not taking notes this time for the motion, so I hope someone is. But I would think it would be nice to see the signs that say this is a no-mow area. Because typically, in order to be a good filter or buffer, it has to be able to filter out any settlement. And if they're going to cut it every week, I don't know that works for the buffer. I also would like to see on the forebay, within the agreement, that there be a definite reference towards the maintenance of that sediment area on an annual basis to eliminate the opportunity for it to overflow into the Arthur drain. So you can put the forebay in, and the forebay gathers up contaminants and sludge and everything else from any first flush caused by an initial rainstorm. But if it's not cleaned out, it won't work. So.
Bill, can I respond to that?
Sure.
So I just wanted to point out that we did add a during construction and post-construction maintenance schedule to the plan. And we did do the no mow signage and a detail of the sign on the plans in this latest.
Thank you. We talked a little bit about the water already, and it was a good question that I would like to have answered by the applicant as to what is the alternate plan for water, or what is the alternate possibilities of this development if water is not brought through some type of intergovernmental agreement. Is the applicant willing to put forth an on-site well?
On-site wells would be the most feasible alternative if for some reason the public water is not available. We haven't done a deep dive on that. That would be the logical next proposal, is to come up with a well system for the site.
And I don't know so much that that portion of it, that's something that we have to, but again, if that were to come on as an alternate means, it would take up space. And if it would
Correct.
take up space, it would have to take up space on the plan. And is that a deviation from the concept? Or would it be better to put forth an alternate plan now so that we can all see it, opposed to running into a major change and having to go through this whole process once again? Can the owner speak to that? Are they willing to go ahead with it private well if that's what it takes?
I think we did discuss this with Adriano in the last day or two, and that's exactly what we would, there may be other options, but that's the first one that comes to mind.
Okay.
He's on mute. He was trying to talk there.
Oh. So I think in order, to move ahead, it would be good to have a conceptual plan for water, a private well. Wendy, are you capturing all this so we can make a motion at the end?
I am. I have cute little stars all over my 5 pages of notes already.
May I address the chair? This is Adriano with the Crossings.
Hey, Adriano.
Thank you. I tried to respond to Mr. Mazzaro's question in regards to the source of water. If the Pulte site and our site are not able collectively, which we are working together in trying to get public water, we definitely plan on going via well. As far as an additional drawing, I don't know that is necessary at this point. You are correct that if we go with a private well system, it's going to take up some space, and my intentions are is to reduce the multifamily density with whatever space is required in order to get the private well system in. So I don't think there's going to be a major change to the plan other than the multifamily density will be reduced. We obviously do not want to affect the facade of Milford Road with the up to 5 commercial pads and the clubhouse, which is what most of the public's going to see. And then, of course, when you make that eastbound turn on the Pontiac Trail, where that secondary entrance is. So our goal would be to lose whatever density is required in order to get the private well system in. It's not going to be a major change to the plan.
That's all I'm trying to do, is avoid some type of change
Yes,
that puts us back into site plan approval again.
Yeah, yes.
And at that
I
point in
understand.
time, if it is required, that we would be able to work together to make sure that it doesn't impede a neighbor.
I agree. And we're willing to do that.
On the environmental, thank you.
Thank you.
On the environmental side of it, there is a new wetland study. And so there were 5 wetlands, and the wetland A, C, and E are being eliminated at this point. You can pull up that wetland study out of your response package. I'm sorry, I think it's actually in the community impact.
Can you give me the page number?
Yeah, I should be able to. Hold on 1 minute. I got these little tabs all over the place. It talks about wetlands, and it has a map of the wetlands. I know. So it's under, within the natural features. Page 3 talks about the wetlands, but the actual map is on page 7. It's called the wetlands map.
I'm trying to.
It's about the middle of that packet.
A little bit,
Is it natural features map? Is this the one?
a little bit more. Should be page 7. Keep going. It'll say right on it, wetlands map, and has wetland A, B, C, D, E. One more maybe.
This one?
That one.
Okay.
Okay, so wetland A, wetland C, and wetland E are eliminated. Has this been
That's
reviewed
correct.
with our township engineer? Because Milford has a separate wetlands ordinance above and beyond what the state asks for.
Yes, we're aware.
The engineer, our HRC is not in the meeting tonight, but we can check with them and then get you some response as a follow-up.
And wetland E obviously is of the larger concern.
John, can you speak about the quality of these wetlands?
About the what? I'm sorry.
The quality of wetland E.
I'm not the wetland scientist, but I think they fall within the low quality, basically road runoff, a lot of invasive species.
Yeah, if you just go on to page 8, right after that study, it'll go on to indicate what value they have, which would be based on the state standard. So it's page 9, or actually page 8 and 9.
Okay, this one.
It's right there. Page E says not regulated.
Right.
So you want to make sure that if it's not regulated, it verifies with, or C is regulated. C, D, and B are regulated. So if that's the case, why is C being eliminated?
C is regulated because of its proximity to the larger wetland B. It's 0.04 acres, a few hundred square feet, basically an upland pocket in the farm field. So we would need to, from the Eagle, we would need a permit for that pocket and for the stormwater discharge to the Arthur Drain.
And that will be something that will be secured during site plan approval.
Typically during construction drawings, I think we would we try to submit that to Eagle as early as possible prior to completion of typically we would get into the construction drawings, get to a point where we had enough information and exhibits to submit prior to final approval. Just because the process takes so long, it is when we try to get in earlier, but it would typically be after we start engineering drawings. When all the detailed grading and flow, detention basin details to the Arthur Drain and stuff are known, because they'll want all that information.
Okay, again, if there's a change in impact, if the wetlands see, it'll impact your layout.
That's correct.
No, are we getting close to winding up? We've been at this for an hour and a half at this point.
Yeah, well, I know I've been at it for a long time, but it's a pretty large process that we're going through. But that really did conclude my concerns. I really don't have any concerns. I'm glad to see the density is down. I know that the landscape screening has been mentioned already, which is great, because if you drive by there right now, with all of the leaves off the deciduous trees, you can pretty much see right through it. So that's all I got.
Through the chair, if I may, can I just summarize a few points I've noted?
Yeah, go ahead, Siri.
Okay, I was taking notes, just wanted to clarify some of the questions some of the members raised before. Member Latkar talked about the commercial and the residential square footage requirement. So the one that's mentioned in the ordinance requirement is a guide if somebody wants to just do a mix of commercial and residential without using the C2 PUD overlay. So the minimum 100,000 square feet commercial is when they just want to do without using the PUD overlay. Because they're using C2 PUD overlay, they have a flexibility of not meeting the minimum and proposing an alternative square footage. And then Member DeVries talked about the water and what is the backup plan. I know we talked about proposing an alternate plan later in the discussion. Kensington did provide an alternate plan where they show how they lose a couple of units to propose a community well. They didn't go into like greater detail engineering wise, but then it just gives a concept how the layout changes. So if that is something the Planning Commission wants, we can ask for a conceptual alternate plan without getting into too much engineering detail, because that doesn't make sense at this point. That is something we can look at the time of final site plan. And then there was a comment about the landscape screening to be beefed up. I agree with that. And then Member Milan, I think he was asking if I'm not wrong, if the residential is required to be built before commercial. Is it required to be built as part of the ordinance? But ordinance doesn't say if it needs to be built or not, but if that is something you would prefer, that can be part of your discussion or a recommendation that, you know, this phase of residential should be built first before commercial build. Because the applicant did say they're going to be phasing, but they didn't say where the phasing starts. Like what building are they going to build first? Is it the one near the clubhouse or is it the one on the other side? So that wasn't made clear. That is something if you want, you can ask. And then there was a lot of discussion about traffic and the RCOC assessment and what they, you know, what are their comments. I wanted to clarify that we cannot guess what the RCOC would allow and wouldn't allow. But as part of your review before they go to public hearing, if you want, the Planning Commission can ask for a review letter from RCOC, just so we know where they stand with the initial recommendations. And also the timing of improvements and the construction is totally dependent on the RCOC permits. But as you mentioned, that could be a condition of approval, but timing will be uncertain. It is not something we can control because it's outside of township's jurisdiction. And then there was another comment about what will the site look like if commercial doesn't come through? Maybe that's something the applicant can address in their response letter. And then all the comments regarding the site maintenance agreements and the 4-way and all that. I know John said they were included in the agreement, but they typically come towards, you know, as part of the site plan review process. We will follow up on the wetland comment that was made regarding the township requirements. However, before we wrap this up, I wanted to clarify two things. One, the motion, if you're making a motion tonight, it would be if it's ready for a public hearing. We're not getting into specifics of conditions at this time. Those are, you know, part of the discussion. They can be part of the motion when you make a recommendation to the township board. But for tonight, the motion is just, are they ready to move forward to public hearing or not? And then one final clarification I wanted to make, which we haven't touched in any of the discussion, is the flexibilities they're seeking from the ordinance requirements is like overall for the whole development. Because they're not committing to a site layout for commercial uses at this time, they are expected to comply with the requirements when they come back for the site plan review with regards to parking or dimensional requirements or any such. One thing that could get tricky is the drive-through uses, because we are, as you all know, we are in the process of updating the drive-through ordinance. So that is something you may want the applicant and the planning commission. It's up for discussion. Where would you want the requirements at the time of site plan review apply, or would you want to give them some flexibility as part of the PUD agreement or the review at this time? And then one final point we haven't discussed is the commercial design standards. We know, like we discussed before, we know what the quality of the architecture is going to be for residential, but for commercial, they provided some sample elevation saying, this is in general how the commercial buildings are going to look like. But if Planning Commission wants, they can consider, like the material specifications as part of the agreement. Like, do you want to see brick, or allowing some flexibility as part of the plan review? Because what we want to avoid is when they come back for the site plan review, if they're asking for a deviation, we don't want to go through the whole process. We want to leave some flexibilities, as part of the review. I think I covered what I have on my list. Jennifer, if I said anything incorrect with regards to the agreement and the conditions, please correct me.
Nope, I think you have it all covered. That'd be really something that we would address later on down the road, encapsulating everything that we talk about in all of these movies and any final decisions of the Planning Commission.
I've got a question for the applicant.
Yes.
Your limitation of 33,000 commercial, you said you could sustain 50 or 55,000. Hypothetically, what would your residential capability be if you had to go to 100,000 square feet? Where would your residential fall out?
We've never looked at that, and nor do we, nor did we ever have any intentions of trying to get up to 100,000 square feet. As we all know, the big box days are pretty much gone with the Amazons of the world and the online buying. So when we started this project early on, there was a concern that no one wanted to see empty buildings, empty commercial, buildings. And we don't think, we feel very confident with what we have before you this evening. Those 5 little commercial pads, we feel they'll lease out real quickly. And I think will be an asset, to the community and to the multifamily. So,
yeah,
no intention of going bigger.
Yeah, I'm asking that question because I'd like to know if there's a possibility, if there's any room to loosen up the tightness of your residential by taking another look at the commercial requirements. Not saying we can do anything, but what I want to know is if the commercial requirements were a little less taxing, what might we expect from the applicant to offset that in terms of residential density? That's not something that I think you're probably ready to talk about, but I'd like you to consider it.
Yeah, that's something we can have an internal discussion on, but more commercial means more traffic.
I understand that, and less commercial means
and since traffic's
commercial.
a big issue,
Yeah.
I don't know that we want to go down that road, but
well, I'm thinking that if we dial back commercial and residential, we'd have even less traffic.
Well,
if you see where I'm heading mentally.
Yeah, we've already lost additional density on the residential, so
I hear you.
And if we have to go to private well, which we are willing to do and are going to do, we're going to most likely lose some additional units there too. So We don't think we've packed the site in. The project was designed, pretty much with the standard setbacks and side yard and rear yard requirements. If you compare what we're proposing this evening to what, the Kajoyan project, which was approved, it's a night and day animal. The Kajoyan project consisted of 5 or 6 commercial pads along Milford Road, a hotel site, and then, if my memory serves me correctly, a couple 100,000 square feet of big box. So the project basically was a bunch of buildings and a bunch of asphalt. We don't have that.
You're right. And
We don't have that.
and I appreciate that. At this time, thank you, Adriana. I really appreciate the comments. At this time, I'd like to go back through the commissioners to make sure you're done, right, Bill?
Done.
Okay, I'd like to go back through the commissioners one more time to make sure we address the concerns. Let's start from the bottom. Jim.
Just one clarification from the traffic. So I think that's going to be our biggest. The public's going to want to address traffic when this comes before them. I think that's going to be number one. So I just want to make sure we can address that. And for example, and I'm assuming it does occur, but when you're talking about improving, for example, the flow of westbound Pontiac Trail traffic by adding a second left turn lane, what's the impact of that going to have on northbound Milford Road? In other words, is that taken into consideration in that? Because we know right now at 5 o'clock, getting off the freeway and then getting through Pontiac Trail is tough. And if you're going to have 2 left turn lanes and more traffic coming through there, I guess I'm asking him, what's the interrelationship that's built into their assumptions?
Truly not an assumption. We optimize the operation of the signal once you decide what you need to change. So on top of adding in more lane, which allows you to redistribute the green time at the intersection for the signal, you end up with better operations all the way around than you have, say, today. So also you have to kind of keep in mind that the signals will be coordinated as from south of the interchange, continuing on up to in north of our site and north of Pulte site. So new signals are going to be coordinated to allow kind of progressive traffic movements through there. So you won't go along and stop. Cars will kind of move along in platoons. So it should be much better. And yes, we are assuming that it's optimized. So that's how you get that better operation.
So you're assuming then that you've allocated the additional trips per day to certain roads. Is that correct? In other words, a lot of this traffic is going to be heading back to the freeway. It's going to happen. Not a lot of it's going to go northbound.
Well, the new trips are distributed based on the distribution of trips out there today. If you look in the study on table 2 and table 3, that distribution is how the new trips are assigned to the network are in those tables. So it's not really guesswork. It's based on the same kind of movements that they have today in the same percentage proportions.
But is that a fair assumption? And maybe it's the way you have to do it. For example, the traffic going towards the GM Proving Grounds is not going to increase, but the traffic from the people living in those residential areas is going to be increased going to the freeway or going to Walmart or going that way. You follow me?
I understand. And some of those are kind of a grain of sand on the beach in comparison to others. For in other words, how many people are going to the GM Proving Grounds? And how do you know that maybe some of the people that are in the apartments are not going to be at the GM Proving Ground? So you have to proportion it out some way, and you have to have kind of an accepted practice approach to it. Otherwise, everybody's second guessing each other and.
Okay. I just don't want
Sorry,
that,
but
my concern noted there. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Julie, did we answer all your questions?
Yes, the only thing that I wanted to say about the traffic is that I realize that it's a big issue, but we cannot be denying any developments based on the increase of traffic. Of course, there's going to be traffic increase. That is what happens when we have a development. It is the way that it is planned right now. It has a much less intensive trips as it goes. When we start looking at the stuff across the street, we can talk about that separately. But traffic is what it is. The traffic is going to increase. We cannot say that we can't do it just because of traffic. We mitigate it by using lights, the lanes, and having the road commission have a say in how this is all going to work out. That goes to the use. I'm just going to say it again, is that I like the 5 commercial pads with the less intensive multifamily under there. And then as far as the uses on the plan, I agree that they can't be much more specific as they don't have the users yet. And so I like that they're listed on the plan. It's on C2.0. And then for the design of the commercial buildings, I would like to see the materials and have it listed on the plan when we come back for that kind of a thing. I think it would look much better to have it all look cohesive and the same. We have that ability with the PUD overlay to have the types of materials that we'd like it to look as it is an entrance into our community. So I think that should be addressed at that point. And I just want to say, Sheree, you've done a great job in getting all those documents on our computers and all of that on screen. So thanks for all your hard work.
Thanks, Julie. Neil.
I got 3 points. First, have we considered a crosswalk from between the crossings to the Kensington Ridge? Because we're going to have people and kids are going to know each other, and having lights there is one thing, but having them run across and try not to get killed across that road with this increased traffic, I believe it requires a crosswalk, with the crosswalk lights. Second, of the 5 commercial buildings, I would think that one potential use would be for a small gym or exercise facility, because that would be, key for the people living in that community. And third, back to traffic, sometime in the future, we're going to have to start petitioning, I think, the state to get another exit off of 96, probably at South Hill, that would run directly into the village and kind of help alleviate this growing traffic problem. Because today it's these 2 developments. Next year it could be further north on Milford Road, another big development, and at some point it'll be impossible to get into the village.
Yeah, those are things that really need to be addressed. I really appreciate you bringing them up, Neil.
Okay,
they're good stuff. Dave?
So I hate to be the 4th on the traffic.
It's okay.
Bullet points here. I just want to reiterate that the traffic studies that have been done seem to be missing a lot of the current development that's happening in the area. And I would, whether it's this project or the one across the street, when we talk about having improvements to make the traffic flow better for the future traffic, I think we really need to have a good guesstimate as to what things really are or are going to be within the next just couple of years. we're talking about, oh, these traffic studies were maybe done last year or something. And that was before a significant amount of additional residents were added to just this area. So I would like to see the traffic studies reflect what we know is going to happen within the next just couple of years, and talk about the improvements that are needed based upon what we know is already here or will be here within a very short amount of time. That's my only comments.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Miles?
Just two areas. I agreed with the idea of getting the road commission, the county, in to ask some questions. Like, for instance, we're saying, yeah, add a light. They might say no, or they might say, oh yeah, in 5 years. And I don't think we can wait that kind of time, because once the thing is populated, it's going to be urgent. Same thing with the crosswalk. It's a very good thing. Let's get the county to say, yeah, we're going to do that. And I didn't really hear any update on how people are doing with the water deal with South Lyon. Is it moving ahead? I mean, I'm just being nosy, but that kind of screws up a lot of things if it doesn't happen. That's all.
Through the chair, if I may, I think what Crossing is tagging along with Kensington's efforts with getting water. So we may hear more we may get a better update when we start talking about Kensington.
Thanks. Vaughn?
No, I think George, the comment made.
All right. I think you kind of locked up there, Vaughn. All right. At this point in time, I would entertain a motion with respect to the crossings of Milford.
Can I make one last comment?
Sure, Bill. Go ahead.
On the reuse of the vegetation for the landscapings, the township official, building official, has had difficulty in the past determining what that is. So I would like to make a recommendation to the applicant to provide a photograph of the existing vegetation that they intend to save. The other thing is, the way I understand it right now is that the motion tonight, if so, would be to move this forward to public hearing, but all of these comments will be captured during site plan approval.
Commissioner, through the chair, if I may, I just made a summary of items that came up in discussion tonight. If you want, we can ask if the planning commission wants, they can include these items in the motion and say the applicant needs to provide this when they come back for a public hearing.
I think that would be appropriate for sure.
But I don't want to delay the public hearing. So they can be asked to bring that back at the time of public hearing, you said?
Some of the items, this is just a suggestion. It's when you make a motion to schedule a public hearing, just to provide some clarity to the applicant. If you need any of this, let me make it big.
Okay, Bill.
So then we would include some of these items in the motion for public hearing. Is that correct?
If you agree, these are just recommendations if you want.
I think you would just, I think maybe instead of going through everything that you've asked for, you could just ask for, to move this on to public hearing conditioned upon the comments coming from the planning commissioners this evening and receiving feedback, and maybe have Wendy as your planning director with Shree's assistance to outline those in writing instead of sitting here trying to go back through all the notes and figure out what those things were. But
I like that.
I think we all.
I would agree.
Okay.
Sounds good, Jennifer. Okay. Probably ready to take a motion to take this to public hearing with conditions. Bill, you want to take a shot at it? Or is anybody else brave enough to take a shot at this?
Can Mr. Chairman, could you please, Shriek, would you stop screen sharing so that I can see faces for the motions? And
there we go.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Again, entertain a motion to move this to public hearing with conditions. Is there anybody out there who wants to bring this up?
I have one more. I meant to say this at the beginning of the meeting, but then before I could say the roll call was done, a recent update based on the Open Meetings and Virtual Meetings Act.
Yep.
We've been advising all members of all communities when they say, yes, I'm present, also state the place where they are attending the virtual meeting from, because sometimes not everybody is attending the meeting from Milford. You could be in Florida.
Well, what we could do is do a roll call on the yeas and nays, and then they can say their name and where their location.
And just to add on that, after the first of the year, unless the legislature changes what they've said already, so at the beginning of your meetings, you're going to need to start saying where you are.
That's what I meant. So you can list it then.
You'll do kind of like what you just said, Mr. Chair, at the beginning, a roll call, and for each member attending virtually, they need to indicate why they're not present. And there will be a list, and we're working on a form for all the boards and commissioners for the township and where they are located. Now that may change based on what's going on right now, but as of today, that's the way it's supposed to happen after the first of the year.
So can we postpone that until the first of the year until we have that recommendation from your office?
No, that's already a law. I mean, you're already allowed to attend meetings virtually after the first of the year. I'm just saying they may not make you say that at the beginning of the meetings, but you will still be allowed to attend virtually no matter what.
Do we have to say that now?
Not until January 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Alrighty. Take it away, Bill.
So I would move, hold on. I would move to move Milford crossings of Milford PS 2050001 L1634 30003 on to public hearing with the conditions as discussed by the Planning Commission during this meeting for our January meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Who was that?
Neil DeVries.
Okay, thanks, Neil. I have a motion and a second. I'd like to actually do a roll call for voting, so we know who votes. I'm a yay.
So
Let me just call them out, Wendy, and we'll get the yay or nay. Okay.
okay,
Would that work for you?
perfect.
Okay. Anyway, I'm a yay. Vaughn.
Yay.
Miles.
Yes.
Dave.
Yay.
Neil.
Yay.
Julie.
Yes.
Jim.
Yes.
And Bill.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. There are no nays, as far as I know. Motion carries. We'll move it to the January Planning Commission with the exceptions as noted. Okay, I think we probably all need about a 5-minute break here, kind of chill out, recollect our stuff, and get the new paperwork surrounding us.
Mr. Chair,
so-
may I address the chair?
Yes, sir.
My name is Adriano, the applicant for the crossings. I'd like to thank everyone this evening for their time and trying to work through all these issues. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it, Adriano. And I have to compliment you guys. Your team did a great job on addressing our issues, and it was a long time, but we've it worked out well. So thanks for working with you guys as well as
we're here to work with the township.
Gotcha. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay. We're at 9:33. We'll come back at 9:38. and everybody can get a drink of water or whatever they want to do. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask if Jacob wants to put a black screen while we are away, so that, or yeah, or we can turn the videos off and go too. That's good.
Yeah, I can turn the video off here and do that. Got about a minute left.
Wake up, Julie.
I'll try. It's past my bedtime.
You and me both.
I've already missed mine by an hour and a half.
Sari, can
only-
you take us through your memo on this? I think you've got one on this one too, right?
I did, but I was hoping if we can let the applicant present the project first, because this is the first time the planning commission's looking at it.
Okay, all right.
In the meantime, I'll pull all the PDFs.
Yeah, we need to, pull it up. So, is the applicant ready?
So Mike Knowles is the applicant's engineer, project engineer, and he is prepared with a show.
He's still awake, Mike?
Yes, sir. Wide awake.
Sorry. Okay, why don't you take us through this in about 10 minutes worth? We, try to just hit the high spots for us.
Absolutely. I timed it out this morning. It's 10 minutes. So let
Good
me
man, good man.
share my screen and run you through it quickly.
Okay.
Okay, can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Very good. Good evening. I am Mike Knowles with the Umlor Group representing Pulte Homes of Michigan. We're excited to introduce the Kensington Ridge Planned Unit Development tonight. The 345-acre Kensington Ridge property is located in 4 Milford Township zoning districts: R1R, rural residential, M3 extractive industrial, R2 multiple family residential, and the C2 shopping district. We prepared a parallel plan to determine how many units would be permitted under straight zoning. The parallel plan conservatively demonstrates that 1,089 units are permitted under existing zoning district regulations. The largest section of property in brown is 145 acres located in Milford Township's multifamily district. Our parallel plan now shows feasible road grades to demonstrate constructability. No density has been assigned to unbuildable areas like the lake or the levee open space parcel. We allocated 0 units to the 36-acre commercial property that is under contract with Pulte as part of their overall purchase. Rather than propose a mixed-use development that would maximize the density, the Kensington Ridge PUD proposal contains approximately 20% fewer units than a conservative interpretation of the zoning allows. Perhaps more importantly, the active adult components proposed at Kensington Ridge account for 75% of the units. We incorporated numerous Del Webb design features to create a resort-style environment with a welcoming entrance experience, an over-the-top amenity center, and abundant walking trails, open space, and pocket parks. Since consulting with the members of the Township Planning Commission and Board of Trustees at our pre-meeting, we added a pedestrian frontage walk across the entire Milford Road frontage, a full-service entrance at Maple Road, and a Milford Township landscape feature. The Kensington property provides a perfect canvas to create an ideal Del Webb community. Every aspect of the project has been designed to meet older adults' underrepresented housing needs within a lake resort environment. A major design component of every Del Webb community is the entry experience. The entry experience at Kensington Ridge extends across the entire Milford Road frontage. We combined impressive entry features, preserved natural areas, and abundant landscape screening to enhance views from Milford Road. The main entry is located south of Moore Road. This location will boast impressive walls, lush landscape, and a gatehouse suggesting both security and luxury. As a result of our last meeting, we identified several tree save areas along Milford Road frontage that will enhance screening and significantly reduce visibility. The Pulte Homes unrestricted neighborhood presentation continues the theme established by the Del Webb components. The gateway to Milford Township will be announced by an attractive feature at the township's southern doorstep. We prepared this rendering and this cross-section to illustrate how a motorist at Milford and Pontiac Trail will see the site. You can see the cross-section is to scale. The homes are 225 feet from the edge of pavement at the intersection, and that the sign is 16 feet above the road. The northern entry is located between Moore Road and the Milford Ponds neighborhood. A meandering switchback road configuration has been incorporated to minimize views from Milford Road. Complementary design elements have been incorporated at each entrance to create a comprehensive vision. 4 areas of concern were identified by the township requiring further scrutiny. The view from Milford Road west up Maple Road will remain substantially unchanged. We prepared a cross section running from the center of Milford and Maple Road, and you can see it in your upper right hand corner, to the intersection to the lake. Our internal road is 13 feet below the intersection, and it's separated from the intersection by over 300 feet. A 15-foot high berm between the intersection and the homes makes it virtually impossible to see these ranch homes. This graphic depicts before and after views from the intersections. No homes can be seen because of the elevation change inside the site. This cross-section shows the relationship between a traveler and a pinch point that was identified by the township at our last meeting. As you can see, the homes are approximately 100 feet away from Milford Road, excuse me, and significantly lower than the road. The homes and cars are mutually screened by an abundant landscape planting plan, which I have blown up here and colorized. This photo highlights the area where the existing berm will be removed, the pinch point that I just cross-sectioned, where you see the number 2, berm to be removed. Further south down Milford Road, you can see the Milford Ponds entrance, and the existing berm across from their entry will remain at its current height. This photo has been enhanced to provide a realistic perspective of how this area will look upon completion. This 6-foot high berm across from Milford Ponds entrance will remain at its current elevation to provide superior screening across from the Milford Ponds entrance. The berms will be enhanced with a walk and numerous trees. And you can see a couple of trees that are right across from the entrance I have noted as save there. Those are not the big ones that we identified to save to the south, but I just wanted you to get an idea of what it's going to look like after, what's going to remain and what we're going to add to it. At Moore Road and Milford Road intersection, the existing berm will remain approximately 16 feet above Milford Road. The adjacent Kensington Ridge yards are approximately 28 feet below that same ridge, over 300 feet away. The single-story ranch homes planned for this Del Webb community range between 22 and 29 feet in total height, making an effective buffer from Moore Road. Once you enter the community, the arrival drive creates a sense of luxury and security. The opulent boulevard leads to an amazing clubhouse amenity. There are no curb cuts on the arrival drive. The landscape slopes create amazing views along the corridor. The drive gradually winds towards the incredible amenity center overlooking the lake. Residents and visitors will appreciate this awesome feature. The drive itself is a design feature. Over 7,000 new trees will be planted on this site, creating an attractive presentation. The amenity center will be a source of community pride. The programming at the clubhouse will be extensive. The 17,000 square foot clubhouse will become the social hub of the community. The Kensington Club features social gathering areas, a fitness and spa, an indoor pool, and multiple activity areas. The programming also includes an outdoor fire pit, a dock, and several social gathering areas, as well as sports programming, including tennis, pickleball, and bocce ball. The community will have 8,800 linear feet of trail network and over 14 miles of pedestrian walkways. A connection to Kensington Metro Park near Martindale Beach will open incredible opportunities to enjoy the Metro Park as well as Island Lake State Rec area right at Kensington Ridge's back door. The dozen pocket park elements all work together to create the resort feel. Even a private dog park is planned for the community. The landscape elements work in concert with one another to create a world-class community. The professionally managed HOA will include landscape and snow maintenance. A lifestyle director will organize activities, clubs, sports, and social events. Abundant open space is one of the hallmarks of Del Webb communities. The clustering of homes at Kensington Ridge permits the majority of homes to back to open space. So you can see in the picture on the left, these clustered homes backing to open space. That's not an anomaly. I highlighted on this plan in green, the open space, and in red, the home sites that back to one another. You can see the great majority of homes back to some type of open space. The attractive single-story ranch homes at Kensington Ridge have been meticulously designed with features to serve seniors' needs. This growing demographic is underserved by today's housing opportunities. Empty nesters desire to remain in their local market, close to familiar shopping, dining, places of worship, and trusted medical services. The township also benefits in many ways, including a less overall impact on traffic and infrastructure than a comparable development without an active adult element. Creating an active community of empty nesters is smart municipal planning. The tax revenue collected will benefit area schools without adding a student burden. The township requested more information regarding emergency services for older homeowners. We refer you to this 63-page report at the bottom of this slide, which has a web address that you can peruse at your convenience, which addresses many of those concerns. I've summarized the highlights based on the questions that you asked us last time. Police, crime rates drop dramatically with age. The report details how seniors' behavior detours crime. Fire. Kensington Ridge is one of the few developments in the township that will have pressurized fire hydrants tied into a public source. We added the 6th entrance at Maple Road, which will improve emergency response times, and newer homes are universally recognized as being more fire resistant. EMS. The lifestyle directors and neighbors in a tight-knit community check on their residents. An important fact in the report is that household size declines with age. So while it is true that individual ambulance use is higher for seniors, senior households containing fewer people have lower overall ambulance use rates when compared with standard households. Also, this is not assisted living. When regular ambulance use increases, people often begin to consider other housing options, such as assisted living. I'm 52 years old. I could move in here in 3 years. So there's going to be a wonderful active network in this community. Next, homes designed for older adults are often safer for them. And I have many anecdotal stories I could share with you with my own family on that. A good portion of our customer base will come from Milford Township, downsizing from their large family estates. This means that a portion of Kensington Ridge's future population currently utilizes township EMS services now. Del Webb is the undisputed leader in designing and building age-restricted homes. These single-story ranch homes with loft options range from 1,336 feet to 2,537 feet. I have sent the footprints of each of the homes, and you'll see that they're not your typical snout nose houses. You can see in this particular slide where the porch extends beyond the garage, and even the living space, the secondary bedroom in the front of the house is also up even with the garage. So you don't end up with that snout nose look that has been in some of the reviews. Seniors deploy a high level of discretionary spending locally, typically during off-peak hours. With respect to traffic, there will be less traffic generated by this community than allowed under the existing zoning. This works out to a savings of 2,382 trips, which I've highlighted on this slide from the report, each day. In addition, active adults have the luxury of traveling in off-peak, non-rush hour times. And now we have 6 full access points to help disperse the traffic. And the traffic report has been updated to separate out various background traffic as requested, including the Robertson Brothers property. As a result, no entrance improvement recommendations have changed from the original report. The road improvements recommended in the traffic report to accommodate the development have been incorporated into the plan, and they include acceleration and deceleration and passing lanes at the Milford Road entrances. The existing North Drive already has an acceleration and deceleration lane for the quarry site, the levee site access that's there, and there'll be additional. So you'll have 3 lanes in each direction, a passing lane and 1 lane in each direction, plus the acceleration and deceleration lane, which will allow traffic to flow past these entrances even when people are turning into the neighborhood. We also prepared the alternate water source site plan requested at the township at the last meeting. You can see where it's located. We'd be eliminating this cul-de-sac and be adding the well area. We have our 200-foot isolation distance, which is required around the well house. The driveway to the well house doesn't necessarily have to go out to Milford Road. It could come up from one of the internal drives as well. The lives of residents, Kensington Ridge presents a unique opportunity to create a legacy that will serve the senior citizens of Milford Township and the surrounding community. The lives of residents and the greater community will be enriched by this development in ways a standard development could never achieve. The Kensington Ridge team is available to answer your questions, and I thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. I'm going to do the same thing I did last time. I want to, well, wait a moment. We need to get Siri to come in here. Give us what the requirements are for a PUD rezoning, and what are the limitations built into that. Are you with me, Siri? Siri?
She's muted.
Yeah. You're gonna have to unmute Siri.
Okay, can you hear me
There
now?
you go. Yes, I can hear you now.
What's a Zoom meeting when I'm not told?
Happens all the time.
All the time. Okay, I was gonna get to the PUD part, the process and everything, but then to keep the process moving, can I go through the slides I have prepared? So we did talk a little bit in the beginning. We said that the PUD option is an option that's provided to properties which can have any underlying zoning. And we don't have a master plan that says you can only ask for PUD designation in this area or anything. So it's essentially, as long as you have a site which meets the minimum area requirement, the applicants can request a rezoning to PUD that would allow them to provide a mix of a different development, which doesn't necessarily meet the ordinance requirements, but has some flexibility inbuilt. This is a snippet from the master plan, our Milford Township's master plan, where it talks about the intent of a PUD development. As you can see, the items I highlighted, it says it allows a mix of densities, allowance for housing, serving a range of incomes and conservation of energy. And then the type of residential uses are envisioned to predominantly include single-family detached units, but may also integrate attached units, townhouse, or senior facilities. because lot sizes and density within a PUD would vary based on what the developer is proposing, and then based on the constraints of the property and compatibility with the surrounding developments. Each individual development would be unique and therefore require a high level of scrutiny by the township. This is a parallel plan the applicant provided, which was included as part of your packet. There are three goals for a parallel plan. The way you can use this, one, to provide context, like what if the applicant came in and wanted to develop the project that is allowed by the zoning ordinance, what would you get? And this is what he put together. The existing zoning for these parcels ranges from R1R, M3, and a multifamily residential and commercial. There's a mix of 4 zoning districts there. And then based on this zoning, the applicant indicated that they would get up to 1,089 units. As you can notice, the majority of 1,060 units are based because they're a result of the multifamily residential district. And this is what they provided as part of the proposed PUD, where they're proposing a majority of them being single-family detached units, but not a typical site condominium, because they're targeting, senior adults as part of the Del Webb community. They do have a little bit of single-family homes that are allowed, that are not targeted for senior adults, and then they have a mix of attached townhomes here, a little bit here. I put this slide together so that you can see how they are side by side. What would you get if it's a permitted use, and what would you get based on what they're proposing? A couple of things to note here. I would go back to this one a little bit. The permitted use is recommended based on that provides a transition of densities, because as you can see, the properties surrounding this PUD boundary are all R1R, which would require a minimum site size of 2 to 3 acres. So the current zoning ordinance or the current future land use designations kind of envision a transition of uses. But the applicant is proposing a single family detached unit. And as part of our review letter, we've identified a couple of concerns towards the end of the review letter, which we wanted to get Planning Commission's focus on a little bit. So I just put them as slides for your guidance, as part of to act as a guide as part of your discussion. One, the PUD boundary. The applicant is leaving 2 parcels, which is called parcel 1. They are proposing to leave that as open space, deed restricted open space, but it is not included as part of the PUD boundary. And then they're also leaving a little bit of 47-acre commercial land south of the proposed PUD boundary, which is not being considered as part of the current PUD plan. I just realized I went down multiple, no, sorry. Okay, I'm good. Okay, this is the use. This is a recommendation from our master plan. I kind of summarized the recommendations here because that is one of the considerations the Planning Commission need to keep in mind when they make their findings. The master plan recommends that the area that is the one in the top, the red, encompassed in the red boundary in the top, to be rezoned to R1S. And then they recommend the one here to be rezoned from multifamily to C2. And then the other recommendation the master plan made was that, the I-96 and South Milford Road acts as a gateway entrance to the township. And that the whatever development that comes in this area should, be compatible with the rural landscape, which is all the R1R developments along Milford Road and around the property. And then the item 3 is the master plan did recognize the need for senior housing in Milford Township. So, which is what the applicant is proposing, catering to the older adults. And then 4 the recommendation from the master plan is the conservation overlay because of its close proximity to Kensington Metro Park, that the master plan also recommends that the development should, consider conserving the existing natural features. The third item we talked about in our review letter is the distance between the building and the sidewalks. As you can see, the current proposed distance between the sidewalk and the building is about 20 feet from the back of the sidewalk to the building, because the garage could come all the way to the edge of the building footprint. The recommended distance in our review letters is that it be increased a little bit more, maybe so that there's enough space for the cars to back up without, affecting the pedestrians using the sidewalk. So one of the recommendations we made in our review letter is that maybe they can consider offsetting, pushing the garages back a little bit and have the entrances closer to the sidewalk so that it feels more inviting on a streetscape, pedestrian scale level. And the reason why we're bringing it out is that the PUD ordinance doesn't have a set of minimum requirements for setbacks or densities for anything like a C2 PUD has. So whatever the applicant is requesting, the Planning Commission should look at it in terms of, is it compatible? Does it make sense? Does it meet the intent of the PUD development? Is that a good balance for what they're asking for and the impacts to the surrounding communities or the neighborhood? And item 4 is the recreation spaces. Mike, as part of his presentation, he did show some good pictures about how the pocket parks are going to be and how the trails are going to be and all that, which is all well and good. Very few comments we noted in our review letter is that, one, the clubhouse is only accessible to Del Webb community. It's not accessible to the single family residents or the multifamily, the Pulte development over here. So we recommended that they have a little bit more active recreation spaces, although the trail system connects all the development together. And the applicant, as he indicated, they're also proposing a connection to Kensington Park Trail system over here, but he did say all the sidewalks and the trails within the development are private. I think I would defer that to the applicant as part of your discussion as what private means. Is it means that it's not open to Milford residents, or is it with regards to maintenance, it's private? This are the building elevations is also one of the comments we made in our review letter, that because it's at the gateway, it's like the entrance of Milford Township, that the Planning Commission may consider that the elevations that are proposed right now, do they fit the intent? Are they appropriate for the community, or can they increase the quality of the building materials to match there are similar developments in other communities by Del Webb where they have different design styles. And then the plan image that's on your to the right is where it shows that the garage is actually on the floor plans. The garage actually protrudes a little bit, maybe about 6 feet, as in some cases. But if that's backed off, then when someone looks at a building, it's the entrance inviting them, not the garage. The community services, Chief Moore reviewed the plan, and then he indicated that, it is impossible to predict the level of physical fitness. So it's hard to put a number, an approximate number, like how the calls would increase based on this. I think Mike gave us a good summary of estimated number based on the other communities. But according to Chief Moore, he feels like there would be about an increase of 5 to 10 responses per month at this point. We did talk to the applicant in our previous discussions, whether they would consider having a private emergency service provided for the residents. based on their initial research, they felt that there is no need for that. This is just a sample image from their existing Del Webb communities that shows how the streetscape would look with the distance they're proposing between the buildings. This is a summary table I kind of put together.
George, can I ever go back 2 slides?
This one?
Yeah, the second paragraph,
Right.
an 11.1% and a 17.7%, and it's talking about the same thing. Which one's right?
I have to defer. I'll have to check with Chief Moore. I just copied the text verbatim from his review letter.
Okay,
Okay, I'll follow up on that one.
because it makes no sense the way it's written.
Shree?
Yes.
Chairman McGrow, can I address that?
Yes, please do. Thanks, Wendy.
I reviewed those letters tonight, and if I'm correct, it was 2 different studies that he was stating. And one was a CDC study, and the other, I'm trying to put my hand on it. Anyway, they are included in your packet. It was CDC revealed that 11.1% of the persons 45 to 64 would have 1 emergency visit per year, and that 17.7 of the persons of the same age group will have 1 or more visits per year. And what he was saying is there's no definitive number that it was ranges that he could come up with. And I had a conversation in the office with, I'm drawing a blank, Chief Lindbergh from the police department, and he was saying it's very difficult to put a number on it, but that gives you a guideline of what they're looking at.
So it's 2 different studies.
It could be 2 different studies, it could be 2 different years, but they were trying to come up with numbers to give you, and that was the range that they were able to come up with.
So the way it's worded, it's nonsensical.
Well, it's
either one or the other. It can't be both.
Yeah.
And it could be in the middle, and it could be on the low side one year and on the high side the next.
Then it should be stated as a range.
Yeah, it should. And that would be a much better way of putting this out, because, the way it reads, it's inconsistent, but we understand what you're saying. It's a percentage. It'd be 10 to 15% of the people are going to have at least 1 emergency visit a year. That probably would have been a better phrase.
I think probably the word range is missing based on reading through it. He's just saying that different data show different numbers. It's impossible to pick one number. So he just my best guess is, 5 to 10 per month at this point. This is a table I kind of put together just to give you a sense of, what the setbacks would be for R1R, which is the current, and then R1S, which are R1R is the current residential zoning for one of the properties, and R1S is the recommended master plan zoning for the M3 property, and then R1 single family is the densest of all 3 in our zoning district. I want to clarify that this is not to demonstrate the deviations they're seeking, because there's no guideline for PUD what the minimum is, but this is just to give you a sense of what are the current densities in Milford Township and what is that they're proposing, keeping in mind that it's different, that they're targeting a different age group. So, for example, if you look at the setbacks, the side setback is the one we have raised a concern over in our review letter, is that the setbacks range from 10 to 20 based on the current districts, but right now they're proposing around 11 to 15 feet between 2 buildings. So that would amount some to 5.5 to 7.5 feet of setbacks. The other item we wanted to get your input is the screening that's been proposed. The grades, the way the grades are based on the cross sections Mike shared earlier, the houses along Milford and Maple Road sit below grade than the roads. And then you have the berm, and then you have the trees on top of the berm. So the houses are pretty, well screened, at least from Maple and Milford Road. But along Centennial Drive, the houses sit above the grade and the roads below. And the house, there's not much of a buffer between the lot and the road, and they're just proposing a row of a mix of evergreen trees and deciduous. So they may not have a full opaque screening throughout the year. But in response to our comment, they beefed up the landscaping around the corner here. And then they are proposing to install a Milford Township sign at the corner, because that is like, the entryway to Milford Township as part of a community benefit, as part of the development. We did talk about this a little bit as part of our Crossings PUD and then the Kensington PUD, and Mike talked about it a little bit on this one. So I'll skip through this slide and it can be part of your discussion. This is a summary that was included. I just realized, is the screen too small? I can probably see if I can change it.
Could be bigger.
Yeah, let me try and see. Nope. Is that bigger? I don't know.
Hey Sri, at the bottom right corner, it says 73%. If you increase that,
okay, let's try that.
It'll make it bigger.
Okay, I don't know. Did it?
Did for a second, but now it's smaller.
Okay. What we did was we put the findings of Crossings and Kensington together. But I think since we talked a lot about traffic as part of Crossings discussion, I'll like skim through this. I think what we're trying to, Kensington included the traffic, the trip generation numbers from Crossings as background, because the way they came in, the assumption is that when Kensington is totally built out, Crossings will be constructed already. So Crossings didn't include Kensington numbers because Crossings were gonna come first, but then Kensington did include Crossings numbers, if that makes sense. And I forgot, Kensington is proposing a phased development. The timing is unknown. It could be like up to 10 years. But the mitigation measures that are recommended in the traffic study, they are proposing to build them as part of the phase one. This is something it's probably more applicable when you make a recommendation to township board at the time of, at a later meeting, but I thought I'll just put them in there. The eligibility for PUD approval for a PUD are different from the C2 PUD. There are about 9 items we need to keep in mind when making a recommendation, compatibility and the location, size and the setbacks, the landscape screening, the minimum size, which is 40 acres, open space preservation goals, the water system. Number 8 is something, it's a big discussion as part of this. The developer shall service the planned unit development project with a township water supply system, which shall be of a sufficient size and designed to provide potable water. So that is one of the eligibility requirements for PUD approval, having a water source to the development. This was the summary slide from the last presentation that just talks about, the process for PUD, which I kind of covered as part of my presentation. Right now, tonight's meeting is more like introducing the project to you, try to get your input, and then try to determine if you need any other information before they come back for a public hearing, or whether they need to come back for another round of discussion before they move on to public hearing. I have the slides and the PDFs all available. I also have the slides the applicant presented. If you want to pull up anything from his, I can pull any of that. I'm gonna stop sharing screen right now, and I think I'm done.
Okay. I don't know if Jennifer wants to take us through her letter, or if you'd like to take us through Jennifer's letter from, let's see, from September 18th.
I think you may want to hear from Jennifer.
Well, I mean, really, it's all the items that you've just addressed. Mine are more like come into play really when it's time to write the development agreement and get into more detail of like maintenance. Some of the concerns that we had were the offsite improvements, the Centennial Drive and the Levy open space parcel, and how that would connect with this project, and how perpetual maintenance and access would work. And they've been working on explaining that since September. The other question was water, which we've had several discussions about. If Lyon Township isn't going to supply water, we've attempted to have discussions with them at the township level multiple times, and they've literally just ignored Milford Township. So I don't know what the discussions are with the development team, but from Milford Township's perspective, it's not appearing that Lyon Township has interest in that. So we have had discussion with the development team about showing us more what this internal water system plan would look like, which they've done. And it, really affects the density by, I think it was 2 or 3 homes. I can't remember the number, but so I guess those were like my primary concerns back in September. And they've addressed them in their revisions. So I didn't have the like planning concerns that Sheree did. My letter was, I think, 2 pages, and Sheree's was 19. So
yeah, she obviously put a lot more time into it too. Although yours was very complete. I appreciate the letter, and thank you for bringing that up. Sheree, can you take us? Hubbleroth and Clark, we got 2 letters from them. One of them was from November 13th. The other was from April. Can we go through the November 13th letter?
Oh, with regards to engineering or traffic?
Hubbleroth and Clark, their review, the PUD plan review.
I'm not sure if I'm qualified to speak on their behalf, but their review is mostly conceptual. I'm thinking, because most of the construction drawing reviews will happen at time of final site plan. Yep. But the common concern is what we've raised in our review letter as well. The water is the major engineering point of concern, and then we have the traffic items as well.
Yep. Okay. I think that's about it. Now, again, I'd like to do what I did before. I'd like to take each of the commissioners one by one and see what their comments are, concerns. I'm going to start out with Dave.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I just came back into the Zoom meeting. I got cut out, so I wasn't sure if there was anything else you wanted from me. All of a sudden, my screen just like died and you went away.
I just thought you had a frozen smile.
I was like, what just happened? So
yeah.
Do you need anything else from me at all, or?
No, I think we're good. Thanks.
Okay.
All right. Dave, can you give us some comments?
So I don't have a lot of comments on the project. I think it looks really nice. This is like one of the more upscale projects that I've seen in this area. So I compliment the designers and the developers. one comment that I did have, and going back to traffic again, I'm just wondering, given that we keep talking about, talking to Oakland County Road Commission, with these two big projects going in at one time, they might want to comment on the possibility of adding like a roundabout at Pontiac Trail and Milford Road. I know that allows a lot more traffic to go through. It's worked successfully in a lot of different areas. And this is the time to talk about setting aside the land that's necessary for that. If we have two big developments going in, if those developments were to give the amount of space that was necessary for the roundabout, then it could be put in at any point in time at a later point in time. That's my only comment.
Good point. Let's do Julie.
Hello. I think this is an ideal spot for a PUD. My one biggest concern is the density. Even though it's much less density than what we would have had it be done with the straight zoning, I still think that there's a little bit of room, or there should be a little bit of room to talk about that, specifically in the area that's the non-targeted, the townhouses and the single family areas. Those are quite high in density, and I'd like to see if there can be any discussion on that, as well as the overall project. And then I'd also like to know why the PUD boundary, as Shri mentioned, why aren't those included? And what is the process there? What's the thought, and how do we fix that?
Run that by me again. What was that? The last one?
The PUD boundary.
Oh, okay.
Why is the open space and the future commercial not included?
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, the PUD includes commercial. It's just like, it's a gray box, and it's kind of interesting, but okay. Let's go to Vaughn.
I think it's a really exciting project. I don't think I need to say anything more about traffic that's been said, but I think we have to get to the road commission or something and get these two projects together, and perhaps anything else that's coming down the road.
Yeah.
I think it really addresses, we've been hearing a lot of comments about the need for this type of thing for our aging population. I'll put my hand up, I guess. I don't like to think about that, but that's the case.
Yeah.
I think what's really exciting is also, or really beneficial, is I drove down Maple, or over on Maple Road, and you really can't see anything. I had to get out of my truck and go over and walk up and then look down and hopefully not fall down. But you wouldn't be able to see anything down there really from the road, or even when you get out of your vehicle. So I think it's a really exciting project, and I sort of agree with the Giffords comment in terms of the garages and so on. But that aside, the other thing I find exciting, is going to be interesting to see how it's negotiated with the park, is the access to the park. I know they don't do that automatically, but if that was able to be negotiated on some way that was satisfactory to both parties, that's really a plus for the people, the residents in this area. So those are my comments.
Okay, thanks. Jim.
In general, I like what I saw here too. I do want to go on to Julie's comment a little bit about the density. And I just, I know we show what it could have been and what it is, but when you say what it could have been, is that based on what it would have been zoned, rather than a PUD that could squeeze everything in? In other words, when you showed all of the homes that could have been there, was that with proper setbacks using our proper zoning for those areas?
Through the chair, if I may, that's what the applicant indicated, that it complies. We didn't do a thorough review as we would do a zoning. So I think like we indicated in our review letter, the density they have said they could get based on the existing zoning may not be entirely achievable. There might be some, if we do a proper review, they may lose a few, but I wouldn't see a big difference.
What are the options on the M3 going to? What zoning could it go to? And then we would hold them to that zoning.
So
Forget the PUD for a minute.
Right, the future land use map recommends that the area that was zoned M3 can be rezoned to R1S. So it gives a little bit smaller lots than R1R.
Yep.
So R1R gives 2 to 3 acres, R1S gives 1.5 to 2 acres.
So that would, and using the setbacks there, I can't see them getting that significant, that much density in there. But in general, I just want to make sure we're not thinking we're going from something they could build. They could build that if we gave, it was a PUD, I understand. And then they could stuff it all in there. But with the current movement from zoning, from R1S or R1R, they couldn't fit that amount in there.
It is a multiple family. I'm sorry, it is a multiple family designation that's giving them that number.
Yeah, and that's only in a small portion of that.
Right.
Yeah, it's a good, and it's a salient point, Jim, because I think that, even though the applicant shows that as a possibility, I don't think that that's what the applicant would want to do in the first place. I think that's, how bad could it ever get? And yeah, okay, fine.
I don't want to sound negative. I just wanted to make sure we were aware of that.
Oh,
And
yeah,
the other thing is,
absolutely.
traffic on this is just going to be.
Yeah. Yeah, we can all check the box on traffic.
Yeah.
Miles.
I'll be the contrarian, although I was concerned about traffic on the crossings for a couple reasons. I think even though this has way more people or units, it might affect the traffic less. Partly because these are older folks, so that a lot of them aren't going to be tumbling out of bed at 6 in the morning going to work, and those that are going to go south to the freeway, and it's not going to hurt that bad. The left turn out of Pontiac Trail is in my opinion the killer. So I think even though 3 times for the amount of units, I don't think it's going to be as bad for traffic. But that's an opinion. We all have those. I don't, on the spare land questions, I think that's a wonderful thing to have open land set aside, and I don't understand the need for an easement. I would like to see us encourage that and not give them problems with it. One last easy little silly thing, streetlights. According to the layout, boy, there aren't many streetlights down there, which I thought was kind of odd, like one every 300 feet. Unless there's a lot of astronomers going to be down there, it's
good point.
Little issue.
Maybe there's going to be a telescope in the guest center there.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Neil.
I don't have any comments, either negative on this one. I think it would be a great addition to the Milford community.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. And last but not least, Bill. Do we still have you, Bill?
He's muted.
He's muted.
You're gonna have to unmute, Bill.
I guess one of my observations or concerns is the density, but not only the density, but the transitional aspect of the layout. The township master plan was designed to be transitional, to go from 96, to go back to the normal layouts that we have with the R1R, R1S. So I just think there's too much density on the southern border. The northern half of it, I have really no issues with it. I think that it's a good development, but I think it has to have a better blending of uses as we get to the north. So the difference in the lot sizes are just way too much in my mind.
Have you got that backwards? I think that the higher density should be in the south and the lower density.
No, what I'm saying is on the northern side, the density is too high.
Oh, okay. All right. There you go.
And it's too high when you compare it to the north side of Maple Road.
Mhm.
So I look at the north side of Maple Road as a development that we did with the Levy Company really not that long ago. It's Maple Lakes. It's under a consent judgment. That consent judgment for Maple Lakes was a work between Levy and the township, the planning commission, which ultimately ended up using a cluster type ordinance, our cluster ordinance, to lessen the density. And I would like to think that that same approach could be used on the north half of this development so that, it's just not as dense. The houses are too close. I know that it's down in an area. I really do appreciate the landscaping images. I think that helps out a lot. But the density is too high, and I would like to see that a new approach to that come back to be somewhere between what it is and what we did at Maple Lakes. The other thing that I have is on the parallel plan, as was brought up. It's a nice plan. And the intent is to really show what could be. But I don't know if it's practical to approach it from that standpoint, because the parallel plan really does not show the layout in its true form. There's no retention basins. There's no opportunity for stormwater management. There is no showing of regrading. You can see the grades that are involved in the plan is how much they change up and down. But on the parallel plan, everything is flat. So that would mean the whole area would have to be bulldozed. Not saying it can't be done, but it would be expensive. So I think that's, one area of that. So I don't see a true relationship between the two, whereas the total count. The other thing I'd like to understand a little bit more about is why we haven't mentioned that this property is under a consent judgment now. And that consent judgment is different than what our master plan shows or what our zoning shows. The consent judgment actually shows multifamily along Maple Road. It's Exhibit 2. And I think the owners have seen the consent judgment. So I would and the M district is not just zoned to R1S. The M district, according to our ordinance and the master plan and the consent judgment, is R1R with an exception for around the lake. And that is an ordinance that was put forth in the consent judgment. So there's got to be something that can be done with the density. The other thing is to address the consent judgment, because the consent judgment rules. Jennifer, is that correct? Can you take down the slide, please?
Right, so I haven't addressed the consent judgment because I wasn't sure when we were going to talk about that in this meeting itself. But so how it stands right now is that consent judgment is with Milford Sand and Gravel and Milford Township. And it ties some of the property in this project is not in that consent judgment. So the property that is in this project, that is in that consent judgment, part of it is restricted to M3, but is eligible for rezoning under the township zoning ordinance, as Sheree was saying earlier, which could be R1S or R1R, I believe, the rezoning for the M3.
Correct.
Part of the other part of the property, which is, okay, let me pull up parcels. I don't know, do you have a slide, Sheree, that shows? There was one that was put together by the development team that shows the levy parcels versus the consent judgment parcels. Do you have that? It's kind of, yeah, yes. Okay, right there. So taking off a top piece of parcel 1, all of parcel 1 and the levy open space parcel is all subject to, and possibly even parts of 4 in the middle there is restricted what do they call it? R2. The zoning ordinance, this consent judgment's 20 years old. So the zoning ordinance has changed since it was written. But so it is restricted to R2 and it is not eligible for rezoning. So in order for those pieces of property within this development to be rezoned PUD, or for the M3 to be, or just the R2 needs to have that consent judgment amended to change it to PUD. Right now, the parcels that are M3 are eligible for rezoning to the 2 different residential classifications that we talked about. So potentially from there, they could get rezoned to PUD. There's nothing standing in the way of that, but the consent judgment would just address all of the rezoning eligibility for all the parcels. That went to the township board last month, and the township board postponed that issue because they knew that this project was coming to the planning commission, and the planning commission hasn't even seen this yet. And the township board didn't want to make a decision about anything, knowing that the planning commission hadn't seen these plans officially yet. So I guess it's kind of putting the cart before the horse here. If the applicant wants to move forward with the PUD process, they know that going forward, the board has not agreed to an amendment of the consent judgment. That doesn't mean that it can't happen. That doesn't mean there can't be further litigation. That doesn't mean, a lot of different scenarios are possible. But as of right now, that property, part of this project, is restricted. Its zoning is restricted and cannot be rezoned. Any questions?
No, I think I have a clear understanding of what the consent judgment says. It's just, once again, moving forward with this without a determination on the consent judgment. Just want to make sure everybody understands they're at risk for whatever the outcome of that decision is by the board. Is that a fair statement, Jennifer?
Yes.
So going back to that, that's just another thing that makes it a little bit more complicated. But that being all said, I would like you to revisit the density so that it's a nicer transition between the 2. So that the lots are not so tight and so packed in there that it differs that much more from what is in the rest of the township. On the landscaping part of it, I really do appreciate the images because I think that really does help people understand what's out there. It's oftentimes difficult to read topographic maps and contour lines. So I think that did a good job of it. My concern with it, because I have concerns, is that the documentation will eventually have to identify the size and caliber of that plant material so that the images are what we see on the onset. So I want to make sure that we can capture that when we get the site plan approval, so that the images that we see are actually what we receive when we start going in, when it actually starts back up. The other thing is there is 3 areas in my mind of exclusion. The open space is excluded from the potential PUD. 2 things is that there is a mining operation on that site. Is that still on the site? Can anybody answer that from
No,
Pulte already?
the site is no longer being mined.
No longer being mined, but there's an operation there for a process. The mining process building that's there, is it still there?
Steve?
It's on your survey and it's on Google Maps.
Yeah, this is Steve Weiner. Can I address the
Steve.
chair?
Yes, please do, Steve.
Yeah.
Thanks. We stopped mining there in 2001. There hasn't been any processing, mining, or trucking at all for over 15 years. You may be thinking about the fact that there was an oil well in the northwest corner of the site that operated for many years, and it has also been removed and gotten Eagle sign off. So that's all gone. There hasn't been any mining, trucking, or anything there for 15 years, Bill, for sure.
So on that open space, the area that's outside of the PUD designated as open space has no building on it right now.
No, none. No, sir. And by the way, while I have the opportunity, if any one of you want to go visit the site, we're anxious to show it to you. I think seeing the land is really important, and we can arrange for that in a socially distant way. It's just drive up the hill and walk around and take a peek.
Would it be okay if the team went out there on their own and just walked around? I mean, it's private property, so we don't want to get out there and get hung up. But if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, obviously we'd like to host you, but just to make certain that nobody, gets hurt. But there's really nothing dangerous about walking around there. You just have to basically step through the gate, or if you tell us when you're going, we'll open the gate and you can drive right up the hill. I mean, that's half the battle, because in this weather, it's a paved road. For Centennial Drive's a private road, 100% private road. And so once you get up to the top, after about another 300 yards, it turns to dirt, but it's safe. I mean, been driven on for forever. So we're happy to host anytime you want.
Maybe you can give Cherie your contact information. So, because I'd like to go out and take a look at it right now, and I'd like a guided tour. I think it'd be a lot easier.
Love to do it. Happy to give Cherie all my data right away. Thank you, sir.
Deal.
Thank you.
Right.
Just
go ahead.
On that same issue though, on that open space, that's creating a landlocked piece of property. Can we do that by ordinance? Do we have an ordinance that allows us to create landlocked parcels?
So that piece of property, and this kind of goes to Commissioner Davis made a comment about the open space parcel. So the reason why I comment about the open space parcel is because it's actually not a part of the project. It's a part of the levy property that they're proposing to split off of the property that's part of the project. So it needs to go to land division for permitting of the division so that it can be split off outside of the property. You wouldn't be creating a land division through the approval of this PUD, but it's possible that the land division could get denied for the reason that it is no frontage or landlocked, or whatever the reason is that it could possibly get denied. I'm not saying that that's the basis it could get denied, but there are many reasons why you can deny a land division. So that's also kind of an iffy in this project, is that open space parcel isn't part of the project. It's on all the plans, but it's actually not part of this property. It's not Pulte's property. It will remain with the levy company.
So then it will have to go to the land division board.
Yes.
Okay.
And
do we know, Bill, if this let's see, they've ceased operations here. And I know after the operations, there was supposed to be a total reclamation of the property. And that had to be completed by a certain number of years after they ceased operation. Have we completed it? And have we completed it on time? Or are we still hanging out on the reclamation of the property?
Steve's gonna have to answer that question. I have no idea.
So the answer to the question is we have not completed 100% of the reclamation. So let's just step back for a minute and talk about what reclamation means. Reclamation is both for safety and environmental purposes. You have to create slopes that aren't too steep, and you have to make certain that they have adequate erosion control through growth and shrubbery and what have you. And then there's also the important part of reclamation, which is around the edge of a body of water, both at the edge of the body of water and in the water. So what I can tell you today is that the reclamation around the edge of the lake and in the lake is complete and has been complete for quite a while. Okay. I can also tell you that there isn't a single slope on the entire site that is steeper than allowable, but they're not pretty and made beautiful and landscaped yet. But there's been so much growth that in terms of safety, if there was a slope that's 3-on-1 and somebody was walking along and fell down, they wouldn't be able to roll very far because there's trees and shrubbery everywhere. So from a safety perspective, environmental perspective, we meet the requirement, but we haven't.
That's the reason why I'm asking, Steve, is I want to make sure that if we start moving forward with this, that we know exactly what we're doing, and we're not going to be getting into a bunch of, well, we got to do this, we got to do that. We need to finish the gravel pit part of it and be done with it on the entire project. And then we, be very reasonable. And you may be right. Maybe we're there already.
I'd like to show it to you, and then I think you can see better what I'm talking about.
I'd like to take a look at that. We can talk about that later, but okay, Bill, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The third parcel is that there is a lease on odorization station and that valve back there. So that is one area right now that's off Maple Road. The valve is there and the odoring station is there, so they can put odors into the gas. I believe it's a lease with Michicon.
Oh, yeah, they have a permanent easement because there's a pipeline that runs along Maple Road and then runs south along the western edge of our property that's been there for decades. And they just replaced the piece, as you probably know, going north through Maple Lake Farms. So, but if you go there today, you'll see that they've finished a fairly extensive project, and they've done not a lot of nice landscaping that we were contractually part of. So I think
so. They have landscaped it, because I didn't see any landscaping. That's my question.
We have a plan and a commitment from them legally that they're obligated to landscape it. And I think the budget, if I remember, is like $25,000. It's not that big a piece of land. So that's a lot of trees for that.
Okay, just wanted my question is if we can get that landscaped.
Yes, sir. It will be landscaped. It will be landscaped probably this spring.
Okay. And then on your plan, where you have multifamily on the north side of the site, it says proposed regional business, proposed C2 regional business. Our C2 is planned shopping district. So is it going to be a shopping district C2 that you're proposing?
You said at the north end of the site, Bill?
You mean the
south end of the site, up along 96.
Okay, so we reserved 47 acres along the southern boundary of the property that we hope to come back to the township someday with a site plan, probably a PUD, most likely, that would include commercial and retail. But we haven't gotten to that point. And the way I'm looking at it, quite honestly, is that the allocation of sewer taps is really kind of the driving force because we only have so much sewer capacity, and that kind of drives our ability to develop the site. And so what's left after we allocate the taps to Pulte's project is something in the range of 266 taps, which should allow us to do some retail and some commercial, but I can't tell you today what that would look like because I haven't done a sophisticated market study that'll tell me who wants to live there. But I believe personally that it's got 3 logical uses, some retail, not unlike what Adriano is proposing. Office is a logical use there, and healthcare in the form of either medical office or perhaps ambulatory care of some form or another. Those to me are the 3 things that make the most amount of sense right now, but that can change. So I think it's, back burner for now.
So that might be something that has to be clarified on the drawings, because if it's C2, it becomes planned shopping district.
Well, the drawings that are before you today are related to the Pulte property. The drawings don't reflect the 47 acres. They may have something over on land, but it's not really part of this project. The 47 acres remains in the levy portfolio.
I realize that, but it is on the drawings.
Okay, well,
it does call it out that way. So it'd be better not to call it out at all.
Okay.
If it's not part of the project, because it's just one piece of documentation. On the stormwater management, I would like to see a Hubble, Roth, and Clark review of the stormwater management that you show on your drawings. You have different basins there. There's 3 different basins on there. They do seem to be small. They don't seem to have the 4-bay Roth and Clark. Again, from a concept standpoint, if those areas are not large enough and they have to be enlarged, then it will impact the concept. So I'd like to see that addressed. I also would like to have them understand and review the basins that are there. All 3 basins have overflow to the lake. So that's 300 and an emergency situation overflow. And we've been getting a lot of rain. In fact, what we get right now is the overall rainfall per year is not that much greater than what it's been historically. The situations that we have is it comes all at one time. So it's called the first flush. And the first flush, I'd hate to see go into that lake. So nobody wants to end up with a dead lake. So I'd like to see them reviewed by Hubble, Roth, and Clark. You think Mike's got a question?
I think Mike is trying to respond to that question.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, Commissioner Mazzara, the small basins that you're referring to are the 4 bays, and the storage is in the lake. The lake has about a 3-foot bounce in it, and then at the north end of the lake, there's a stormwater pump station for emergency overflow.
Okay, so those are the 4 bays.
Yes, sir.
Not called out in the drawing, so it was a little hard to understand. And it's not emergency relief to the lake, it's constant relief to the lake.
Yes, sir.
But the documents say emergency release to the lake. So emergency release, similar to Milford Crossing on the other side of the road, they have a 4-bay, they have a detention basin, and then the emergency release is to the Arthur Drain. So you're going right from I'm not a civil engineer. So why don't we have Hubble, Roth, and Clark weigh in on that to make sure that you can do that.
Can you make sure that happens, Sari?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I'm getting to the end. Hang in there.
It's all right.
I love the proposed entrance. Just want to make sure that it's in compliant with our signage ordinance. So get a feeling for that. There is a vacated pipeline that was on the property. There is an email here addressing that vacated pipeline. Do we have any documentation indicating from MishCon that it has been vacated and that property has been turned back over to somebody?
Yeah, it's been vacated on the survey. in legal documents.
Still on the survey.
We'll provide a copy. We've worked for a couple of years to get it vacated. I'm certain
It's not there, but I just wanted, there's a difference between the two surveys.
Yeah,
So
we had to
you
get
do
approval from them just to remove it. So they know it's vacated.
There's a gravel access road, which is not conceptual, but just to point out that gravel road, I'd like to get a feedback from our police department because they said they have no issues, but I don't know if they have a open gravel road that comes off Maple Road all the way to the back.
I believe they changed it was proposed to be emergency access at one point, but they made it a full service entrance. Is that the one you're referring to?
And I think if you look west of that, you're going to find a gravel road on their drawings. So if you could just, I don't want to take the time of everybody, but just look on the drawings, you'll see the gravel road.
Here to the south, within the is
Maple Road,
to the
down
west.
Maple Road, right there to that point, there's a gravel road to service the pipeline.
Yeah, that's right. The gravel road is the easement to the levee retained open space. So there's no gravel road to access any of the Del Webb stuff. That's the easement so that the parcel split will be permissible.
So that gravel road is intended to be a road to service that landlocked site.
Yes, sir.
Because it says something on the documents to service a pipeline. So I just want to make that seems to be something from a community standpoint that you'd probably want to put a gate on or a lock on or something like that, because I think you're just inviting maybe some energetic young person from taking a stroll down there. My last issue is you addressed the stormwater, but I'm sure that the Milford Fire Department is going to ask for a fill site. Do you have any issues with that providing a fill site? So they'll pull up a tanker truck and be able to fill off of a hydrant that's either connected to the lake or to the system. Is it?
That's not a problem. We've done those. We did that one up at Bluffs at Lakes and Milford, the dry hydrants. Those are easy.
So the biggest concern is for me is, the use of the REUs and the density, how that all pans out. And we have a consent judgment that's out there that we don't have an answer to. I think we have a lot of high density that we don't have an answer to. If it's not landlocked piece of property, it will be then. So I would like to get more information, at least move into the understanding that there's something that could be done with the density on the north side. Thank you.
Okay. I think we've gotten to a point where we want to consider what our next move is. What are we going to ask the applicant to do? We've got a lot of obviously. There's number of the folks wanted traffic is an obvious one, but density was a pretty common theme, and the one that Miles brought up is streetlights, which I completely overlooked. And I like the open land. I like the way it's headed, but I also have a concern about the density as far north as it goes. I would like to see the density reduce as it approaches Maple Lakes, so that it harmonizes better. But I think we need to come up with some direction to the applicant of what we want to do for the January meeting at this point. Where are you at on that, Bill? In terms of, there's some pretty obvious ones, but
I would like to ask the applicant if they could bring back a study on lessening the density on the north side, address some of the issues that have been talked about so that we could take a look at this before we move it to public hearing, but also give the board the opportunity, now that the planning commission has seen the development, to make a decision on the consent judgment. Because we're just we're not in a hurry until we can get some decision on the consent judgment. I think even after that, Jennifer, wouldn't the judge have to rewrite the consent judgment? You're on mute.
Yeah, so what would happen is the township board would have to address the consent judgment again and make a decision about the language being proposed. And I don't know that it is the same language that was proposed last month, or if that's going to change. Either way, the township board would need to approve some proposed language. And then it would, because it was a consent judgment, and I'm not really sure how the courts are handling thing right now with COVID too. So it would need to go in front of a judge, but likely since it's a consent judgment, the amendment could just be ordered and approved through the court. And then it would just be approved by the municipality and the levy company, Milford Sand and Gravel.
I don't know if you had a chance to. I went back through my records to find the Maple Lakes development.
Yeah. That's a different consent judgment though.
It is.
Yeah.
Because you can see clearly in that consent judgment, the site plan was identified twice in the consent judgment by the planning commission.
Yeah, that consent judgment. So the consent judgment that we're talking about was a very small consent judgment that had to do with mining and reclamation and getting a reclamation bond. And because it was 20 years ago and I wasn't involved, I have no idea why certain terms, I have no idea why those zoning restrictions were put on there. I don't know. But it wasn't about cutting or preserving the property for development at the time, but the Maple Lakes consent judgment was about kind of piecing off part of levy property and developing it. So that whole consent judgment was kind of like the Milford Lakes consent judgment, where it was geared toward and orchestrated for and negotiated for the purpose of that development. The consent judgment that we need to amend for this project wasn't about a development, it was about mining.
But within that proposal was the possibility of a PUD, which has a direct relationship to density.
In the Maple Lakes proposal?
In this proposal, in this.
Well, what the parties want to see is that the property that is, or what the development team wants to see is that the property that is restricted to the residential component that is not eligible for rezoning, that it can be rezoned. And it's identifying that right now there is a PUD application pending with the township, but what is being proposed by the applicant does not in any way approve a PUD. The proposed language in the consent judgment amendment does not take any power away from the planning commission. It doesn't change the designation. It just frees up the zoning classification of the property. It's not the township board negotiating the development or approving or reviewing the PUD, although they will eventually after you pass them a recommendation, but not through the consent judgment amendment. A consent judgment amendment, all that does is free up the zoning classification.
So it does not limit the decision-making of a PUD as defined in 32-526.
Not in any way.
So the planned unit development project shall be mutually agreed to the property owner and the township board.
The way that your PUD ordinance reads right now, what would happen is you go through your PUD process like you're doing right now. You set a public hearing. You may want another meeting after your public hearing, but eventually the planning commission generates a recommendation like you do with any rezoning. Then that goes to the township board. So the township board has the final say so of the PUD, but only after it goes through the planning commission.
I think it's a nice development. I would just like to see it blend a little bit better with the township.
Yeah.
I
think that's where we're all at, but how do we get there, Bill? We need to, I think we need to give some very, very definite direction to the applicant as to what we'd like to see next.
If I may
Mike.
address the chair.
Sure, Michael, go ahead.
I would implore you to consider putting us on to a public hearing for January. And the reason that I ask that is not to dismiss any of the comments, because I think you've made some very good comments, and I think we can come back with some changes to address some of those comments. And we heard a lot of good, positive comments about the project as well. And the reason that I asked you to keep us on for the public hearing in January is because the public hearing will get more comments from the public as well. And this body has the choice whether to take action at that meeting or to wait to the next one. But it gives us both time to react to the feedback that we've gotten from you here tonight, as well as keeping the project on track. So keep in mind that, you know, we have been working on this project. I think the initial submittal was the beginning of April. And we need to keep this project moving along the steps if possible, so that we don't run into a contractual impasse at the end by taking too long. So I think that gives us a month to be able to come back to react to some of the direction that you've given us here tonight. It allows us to hear from the public. And if we can satisfy you in the next month with some of the direction that you've given us tonight, and maybe some of it that you're going to give us some additional direction, fantastic. And if we haven't done that, then, you know, maybe you don't take action at the public hearing and take action in February. But it sounds like, if I'm not putting words into your mouth, that I've heard some great feedback that overall you like the project. And there are some things that we need to, as a team, take a look at. You know, and we will take a look at that, but I implore you to keep the project moving along the process. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do any of the commissioners have any additional comments they'd like to make? Dave, do we have anything?
No, I'm good.
No? Julie?
Not exactly, but I do want to say that I do not think that we will be ready for public hearing in January for the reasons of the consent judgment is not ready yet. The density has not been dealt with. We haven't heard any of their plans. I doubt that they'll be able to get any of that stuff done by then. So I would not be comfortable doing public hearing in January.
Okay.
Can I just address that really quick? Because I just want to clarify something that I think sounds like maybe a little misunderstanding. The township board is not addressing anything about this development with that consent judgment. They're not looking at development plans. They're not talking about this development. They're not looking at density. They're not looking at traffic. They're not talking about anything to do with the Pulte development. They're looking at a consent judgment that they have with Milford Sand and Gravel that is restricting the zoning on these parcels that are part of this petition in front of you. So if you want to move forward with if the applicant wants to continue moving forward with the public hearing, knowing that the township board has not made those changes, and it's possible that they could get through this process without those properties being eligible for rezoning, that risk is on them. But the township board isn't going to do anything about this PUD development. It's not a part of what they're looking at or doing. They're not addressing the PUD at all.
Does that help you, Julie? Do you feel more comfortable or no?
Well, I just don't know why we would keep going forward with something like, I mean, okay, if they want to take that risk, but why are we wasting our time and the public's time if this isn't something that's even viable?
Well, because legally, a property owner is entitled to petition for a rezoning. And if they submit that request, you have to review it. You have to have a planning commission. You have to have a process. You have to have a procedure. You have to follow, you have to have ordinances in place. So you have to process a petition for a rezoning. The risk of them possibly having the township go through this process that they're paying for and not being able to actually develop that property PUD because they can't get that consent judgment changed is on them.
Okay, so we'll even take that out. What about the other things that have been brought up? Does anyone other than me find them not quite ready for public hearing with the density issues and any of the other stuff that Mr. Mazzara has brought up?
Let me ask the other commissioners while we're at it here. Vaughn, where are you at? You need to unmute. Vaughn, are you still with us?
If they're gonna go back and look at, what options they might have to address the density issues that have been brought up by some, I guess I would say if there was a way for us to look at that, as quickly as possible and come to some kind of agreement in terms of what our position was on it. I personally don't see a problem with that. I mean, I'm not sure it's going to save time in the longer term, but it gets feedback to them, from us, in terms of what they might come up with, and they get the feedback from the public, which I would expect again. Traffic is going to be the major issue, and I don't think even we're satisfied yet that we know, what the total solution is going to be on that.
Okay. All right, Jim.
I'm with everybody else. I mean, I'd like to see some answers on the density and then water.
Okay. Miles?
Mute, Miles.
Yeah, there, I got it. Just trying to hit the button. Yeah, well, and nobody mentioned it, but that's going to make a monster meeting next month. And if we have, on both the crossings and the ridge, boy, there'll be everybody in the county will come to tell us what they think of it. So I think it might be, Mike, I know you really want to move it along, but February might be better for you.
Okay, Neil?
I have no more comments than what's already been mentioned.
Okay, I guess we're back to you, Bill. Where do we want to hit?
Has the rezoning application been filed?
I don't know.
The PUD rezoning application?
Right.
Yeah, that's how we're here.
If that's the case, I know I have one for Milford Crossings, but I don't have a zoning application that I see for this. Not only that, but if it is, the site was not posted and not flagged at the corners.
I'll let Sri or Wendy address that.
I was just about to say that when Mike was requesting a public hearing that the January meeting may not be possible because we need to meet the other requirements for, posting signage and.
Because if you want to make it look like the public's not aware, they're not aware. Right. There's a nice big sign across the street, but this development has nothing. The sole purpose of that sign is to inform the public that something's going on. With that, to answer George, the question of, do I think it should wait? I think it should wait. I guess I'm concerned that we would go to a meeting, a board meeting that would have two public hearings and the consent judgment discussion all on the same agenda. And that's a lot. That's a lot for, the community to understand. And I think in the long run, it would be good to get some feedback on the density. And I know where you're at, Mike, but would it make that much difference if we postponed it to February, Mike?
No, that would be fine. Thank you. I appreciate your consideration.
Yep.
I think you're going to have one active public hearing if that's all on one agenda.
Through
Now,
chair,
that's going to get unfortunate, I think, because
Yeah, but I'll be the only one there. They'll be unfortunate for me.
Uh,
but you're right. We
Hey,
need to have it
George?
posted. Go ahead, Vaughn.
George? How do we make sure that when we have our public hearing for the crossings, that the public, when they're coming in, doesn't get into a situation and then the next month they come in and say, you didn't tell us about this one. You know, you came in with the first one and you asked for our comments and we gave them to you, but you were holding back this one. You know, so I mean, I could build a case if the public would want to be looking at both of them at the same time. That's
But
pretty
I think
difficult
the
to
legal
do.
requirements, Vaughn, I
Pardon?
think the legal requirements are that it has, you know, no
Has
matter
to be
what the
posted.
public already knows, that it has to be posted for a certain amount of time so that they can.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking how long, how far out are we? Are we out of time right now to do that?
through chair,
Go ahead, Sheree.
I just have a couple of questions and some couple of clarifications. Member Mazzara indicated that the public hearing and the consent judgment will be on the same agenda, but the consent judgment public hearing goes to board and the PUD public hearings come to planning commission. Did I miss anything?
No, that's a point. So the public hearings are planning commission.
Right. So that's one. And then two, just given, you know, the scale and it's a new project for Milford Township, we can work with the township folks and then advertise it on our website too, you know, provide a recording of this meeting so that any public who's interested to know more about the projects, they can access information, you know, the packets online, and then post the signage and do a little bit more than the usual one just to get the word out. And then three, for Friday, so the February.
We don't
meeting-
have,
I'm sorry?
we don't have any problem postponing it to February. I think it would be better.
Right. So for we're postponing to the February meeting for another consideration and discussion or for a public hearing?
Public hearing.
Okay. So before the February meeting, then we are asking the applicant to submit a revised plan addressing the comments discussed at today's meeting so that we have a chance to review and provide you an updated letter, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the summary of the comments, I think I have noted down, keeping in, you know, considering the time, I wouldn't go over the summary. I'll call Mike tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Anything else, guys, on this?
Well, just a quick one. When would we want to review this? Not just at the February meeting. I would think we want to see an update before that. Is that going to be in January, an update which could confuse the public? When we'll be able to review this?
Well, if we get information from the applicant between now and the January meeting, we can get an update from Giffords and Webster, because they can digest that and go through it and give us feedback on that, and that'll help us set up for going into a February meeting where we can get into public review, public comment.
Thank you.
So in the January meeting, on the agenda will be an update from Giffords and Webster on the Kensington Ridge project.
If timing permits, we will provide a quick update. It doesn't have to be a discussion, like it could be part of our planning consultant update.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as it's on the agenda and it's open to the public, yes. So they're aware of it.
Yep.
And Sri, if we could make sure it's stated that way on the agenda, not just under planning commission comments.
Planning consultant remarks, right?
Planning.
But it should be spelled out so that the public's aware that we are working on this.
I
Sure.
agree. I agree.
Alrighty. All right.
I do think it's a good development. Looks good. I appreciate all the work that's been done on it.
Yeah. I think it's going to be real positive. I think it's going to be real positive for Milford. It's exciting, and we need to make sure that we do it right, though.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I guess we're done with your team. It's only 11:30. You know, hell, I missed by an hour. I thought we were going to be done by 10:30.
Do we need a motion then? To
Yes,
move
we
it on?
do. Do we need a motion? Do we need? Wendy, do we need a motion?
Yes.
On
You
the,
certainly need to
Jennifer?
you need a motion on the Kensington project.
Yes.
We need a motion.
Yes.
I would move to allow the applicant time to come back and answer some of the questions and look forward to a February public hearing.
So are you setting the public hearing in February then?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Again, Wendy, can you do a roll call and vote?
Yes. Okay. Commissioner McGrow,
I approve.
Kashkarian. I'm sorry.
Agree. Support.
Mazzara,
Yes.
Latka,
Yes.
Rishka,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
DeVry,
Yes.
Mallon.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
I just have a little discussion on the motion. Wendy, could you clarify the motion to include that it's for Kensington Ridge PUD PS 205003 as indicated on the agenda?
Sure will.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have some more business.
We do. Okay.
We are looking for minutes and we're looking for officers for the 2021 and we're looking for meeting dates.
Yikes. Okay. Well, there you go. Should we do the minute approval before we do those other things, or?
Yes, that's how it's on the.
Yeah, it's on the agenda,
so.
the approval of the minutes. I don't have them with me. Page 1, are there any additions or corrections?
Yes, correction. I was not at that meeting.
Okay. Any other corrections or additions to page 1? Page 2? Is that it? I mean, I don't know how many pages we had. It was the
There's
2 or
3
3.
pages.
3 pages.
Page 3? Okay, take a motion to approve the minutes as corrected.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Just do a roll call again for approval. Wendy?
Yep. I'm just trying to get those notes.
Gotcha.
Okay, McGrow,
Yes.
Kashkarian,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Mazzara,
Yes.
Latka,
Yes.
Rishka,
Yes.
DeVry,
I wasn't at the meeting, so I think I'll abstain.
and Malone.
Abstain.
Mallon.
Abstain.
Okay.
I guess the minutes are approved. Has everybody reviewed the 2021 meeting dates?
Look good to me.
Yeah, that was good.
Are there any recommendations for changes? Then I think we need to, again, we'll do a motion to approve the meeting dates for 2021.
I move that we approve the meeting dates for 2021.
Second?
Second.
Roll call approval?
McGrow,
Yes.
Kashkarian,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Mazzara,
Yes.
Latka,
Yes.
Rishka,
Yes.
DeVries,
Yes.
Mallon,
You get to
Yes.
approve.
Yes.
All righty. Officers for 2021. I don't know what to do there. We need to, I don't know, do we start from the bottom up or do we go from the top down? I know we've lost one of our officers. Our
Secretary.
Secretary.
what's that?
Secretary.
Yeah, secretary. We lost him, so we're going to need at least some folks to appoint or nominate a secretary. Anybody? I nominate Miles Davis.
Second.
Is this a deal where you really don't have to do anything?
Third.
Well, no.
We'll let you know later.
We'll
Oh,
let you know.
great, great.
After we tag you with this, we'll let you know how it really does. Are there any other nominations? Okay, we should vote on secretary. Miles,
who did that?
Neil.
Second.
Maybe we,
I don't know who
maybe we should
seconded.
make sure if he's okay with it
seconded
first.
it.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Dave. You're okay, right, Miles?
Sure.
Okay. Good man. Okay, let's check everybody off again. I agree.
Kashkarian,
Yes.
Mazzara,
Yes.
Rishka,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
DeVries,
Yes.
Latka,
Yes.
Mallon.
Yes.
Okay, passes. And that was for secretary.
That was for secretary. Yep.
Okay.
VP. Do we have any nominations for VP? I nominate Vaughn Kashkarian.
Second.
Second.
Vaughn, do you accept?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Do we
you,
have any
everybody.
other nominations for VP?
Vice chair.
Hearing none, we should roll call again.
McGrow,
I agree.
Kashkarian,
Can't vote for myself. I'll vote for someone else.
Mazzara,
Yes.
Rishka,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
DeVries,
Yes.
Latka,
Yes.
Mallon.
Yes.
Do we have any other offices to appoint or nominate?
We have to nominate George Vagro for chairperson again.
I second.
Absolutely.
I accept. Any other nominations?
Got to vote.
Well, let's do the roll call vote.
McGrow,
I agree.
Kashkarian,
Support. Enthusiastically.
I want to take about 6 months off next year.
exactly. Bill, did you say yes? I'm sorry.
Yes, I said yes. I may not have, but I meant yes.
Rishka,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
DeVry,
Yes.
Latka,
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate your confidence. Planning consultants remarks. It's been a long day. What you got for us,
I was
Sheree?
just going to say I probably exceeded my limit for today, but I wanted to thank you for all your time. The discussion has been very interesting, and thank you for reading my reviews.
Absolutely, absolutely. Planning consultants remarks, or commissioners rather. Let's start with Dave. Do you have anything, Dave?
Yes, I do. George, I think the changes that you made in running the meeting were excellent. Things went really well. I really appreciated that everybody had good comments. So thank you very much, George.
Yeah, I'm glad I did that too. I'm glad Wendy recommended it because it really does help, because I feel like I'm getting all of the story. So thanks for the comment, Dave. Julie?
I'm good.
Okay. Vaughn?
Good.
Jim?
I just want to say I was really impressed by the packages that were put together, and to see what we get from the applicants, from Giffords and Webster, from everybody, you know, the legal team. It's nice to see what you have to work with. And it was a lot to go through, but from somebody just coming in, it made it much easier than I thought it would be. So thanks to everybody.
Yeah, we're pretty well supported. We've got a really well-oiled machine. So, Miles?
No, I'll pass.
Neil?
Administratively, with these large packages, it would have been helpful if we would have had a cover sheet that would have delineated what is in each of the packages, because we spent half our time searching around for, schedule number 4 or C.3. If it was at least a cover page that says this is what's in this package, and then have it tabbed.
Yeah, if you guys could have had another week, you could have had whatever you wanted, but
Well,
there wasn't enough
that's
time.
only for these large ones, Wendy.
I know. Literally, they weren't done until Friday afternoon at 3:45. It literally was a weeks-long project getting those ready, and they were not great. So I am sorry.
So anyway, that's my recommendation.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Neil. Bill?
I did sit through the training session on YouTube, and I thought it was great. It was a lot of good information. So I want to thank Jill and her team from Giffords and Webster for putting that all together. I think it's very beneficial to do that every once in a while. If you are ever brought into court, one of the things they want to know is how well you're trained. The other thing is, I was remiss in mentioning on Milford Crossing that we received 2 letters from the public in regards to Milford Crossing. One was via email. The other, I think, came today, but both of them expressed similar concerns that we've been talking about, is density and traffic. So I think we want to make sure that these letters come to the meeting next month.
Okay.
Thanks, Bill. I have one comment too, and this is probably for Giffords and Webster. If some of this stuff got really, is a lot of data. And I was wondering if you could ask any applicants from now on if they can give us like an executive summary on top of this so that we can kind of digest it. And then if we have questions, we can flip through and go through the detail. But a lot of times this is just a massive amount of data, and it could be very easily condensed in a page or 2 of some sort of an executive summary. So that would be, I think it would be helpful for us. I don't know how the rest of you guys feel.
Good thought.
Anyway, that was my comment on that.
Agree.
Similar to the project narrative the crossings provided, because that's what we asked them to do, like summarize, provide a narrative, and then they kind of summarized it in 2 pages.
Yeah, that's good. And that's helpful for us because, I mean, I realize it's not going to be like this all the time, Wendy, where we get, 2 huge stacks of stuff to read through. So, I mean, but I think most of us probably spent the better part of a week going through it. And, I think it probably could have been handled a little bit easier. So, but other than that, I think tonight was great, a long night, but I'm ready to adjourn if you guys
Although
are.
I'd like to say one more thing.
Sure, go ahead, Dave.
Jim, welcome to the commission.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Welcome,
you.
Jim.
Welcome,
Thank you.
Jim.
Are you coming back?
I think Don
You
told me
scare
to
you
call
off?
him tomorrow and let him know how it went.
It's hard to give up the money, Jim.
Don't spend it in all one place.
Buy a new shredder.
Yeah, right. Okay, I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Did we catch that, Wendy?
Latka, and then who seconded? DeVry. Thank you.
Okay. I think we can do a mass yes. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed?
Hell no.
Motion carries. We stand adjourned.
Jennifer, did you
And
have
then we're not going to meet until after Christmas, so everybody have a good holiday.
What did you say, Wendy?
Jennifer, did you have anything?
I can't get to my mute fast enough ever. Merry Christmas.
And just to let everybody know, if you press the space bar, it does unmute